Morning, everyone. I also want to say good afternoon. And if I think some individuals are in a time zone where it's a late afternoon, almost early evening. So, welcome to UX South Africa online. Um, I hope you can all hear me clearly. Can I maybe just get a okay? I've got some thumbs up. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's good news. Um, I'm not as always. Thank you for being part of this experience, part of this event, for joining us, for taking the time out of your day. Because I don't know of anyone that's saying life is easy and I've got countless amounts of hours in time. So thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our speakers for taking the time to be here, for joining us. As always, this event is focused on the community and for the community, and that's why we're kind of just doing this one day event to we've been a bit quiet, and a little later Alfie and I jump into some of that and what we're thinking, so I won't expand on that now. But what I do want to leave you with before I pull our keynote speaker on stage is that really ingest the information if you can, because it's going to be a lot. But if there's certain pieces, take note of it, make a note of it, revisit it, and if need be, if you need us to connect you with the individuals, let's do that. Because, like I said a few seconds ago, this event is for you. This is not a recruitment drive. This is not a let's see who's who in the zoo. This is let's share and um, and take in the knowledge. If it was an in-person event like later this year in November, I would also say take the opportunity to network. Um, but it's a bit difficult when you're doing it online, right? So yeah, please please enjoy the amazing lineup of speakers that we have, of talks and information. Um, and the last thing I just wanted to say is because I can't tell you the Wi-Fi password, and I can't direct you to the closest toilet, and I can't tell you where the coffees are. You should have all of that information yourself. So I do want to say, be curious, ask the questions, take the opportunity to ask the question. We shared a Google document asking for questions and which speaker. Our first keynote speaker is very, very excited to engage with the South African audience, and he's actually dedicated 20 minutes of his talk for Q&A. So he comes with a wealth of experience, and I'm going to pull him onto the stage now because I'm going to hand over to Jason, VP uh, at UT user testing. Um, and when I say he comes with a wealth of experience, he's worked uh, 15 years at Microsoft on Office and Xbox tools that we know. Um, Design leadership at DirecTV and Ticketmaster. He's been for several years at user testing. He's got a strong natural background in in the finer arts and being a musician. So yeah, please engage with him. Ask those questions. This is the time and the opportunity. Jason, over to you.
Thank you so much, Iggy, and thank you everybody. It's really exciting to get to speak to this South African audience. I'm going to do the obligatory. Can you see my screen here? Yeah, there we go. Oh, we got the thumbs up. Perfect. Um, all right, Iggy, thanks for the great introduction. So yes, my name is Jason Giles, and I'm currently the VP for Customer Insight and experience strategy at user testing. If you're not familiar with user testing, we're a platform that helps you get feedback from people to understand whether your ideas are good, whether your products are usable. And yeah, and a big part of my job is actually attending events like this and talking to teams that and designers, researchers, UX people about all the changes that are going on. If you haven't noticed, the world's pretty topsy-turvy and there's a bunch of new capabilities. So I'm hoping to spend my time. I've got a main talk that's around AI impacts on design. But before I begin, I actually thought that I would spend a little bit of time talking about my journey because, as Iggy mentioned, these are some of the products I've worked on. You know, Xbox One was my baby. Working with the NFL at DirecTV and building television applications, and even at Ticketmaster. You know, that problem of how do we get tickets to real fans of music and concerts and sports. But I didn't start there. And so I'm going to share a little bit of my journey because I think that there's some things that have gone on in the past that are really relevant for today. So Iggy touched on this. You know, I got my beginning actually as an electronic musician. You know, this was back in the late 90s. The rave scene was going on. And as we were, you know, doing our music, this thing called the internet came. And it was amazing. We're like, hey, you know, we could build web pages for the band and we could do all this stuff. And so, you know, it was like it was kind of the Wild West. You know, you'd go to these web pages, you'd view source, you learn how to do it, you'd get a pirated version of Photoshop and start hacking away at things. And I think it was this amazing time where there was new technology being introduced. And really, the lesson that I learned there was that it was a time for curiosity. You know, Iggy mentioned this. Like, there's new capabilities that are being introduced, and this is the time to really let curiosity lead because the purpose may come after the fact. And that was what happened with me because here I was, I had built up this portfolio of CD covers and web pages for other bands, and I had a friend who worked at Microsoft. And at the time, Microsoft was hiring anybody who knew anything about the internet. And so, based on some of these introductions, I fibbed my way a little bit. But I got my foot in the door, and this was really the beginning of an entirely new career. No, I was not going to be a great music rock star. I had to come to terms with that, but it opened up this new opportunity for me. And the reality is that when I started Microsoft, I knew I was a fraud. I knew I didn't have, you know, the design degrees or the college certificates. And so I expected to be found out every day. And so what I did was I realized if I'm going to be fired tomorrow, I need to learn whatever I can right now. And I think that's kind of the lesson that I learned to which still applies for today is like act like you're on borrowed time. Use the time to be learning as much as you can because you know right now uh, the AI credits, they're cheap. They're not always going to be like that, right? The access to technology that we have right now, we never know when that's going to be taken away. So now is the time to really lean in and use that to be learning. Now, I said I got my first job at Microsoft, but what was interesting was that this job was actually in the Microsoft library. It was a physical library with books. And every day, Bill Gates would come in and he would get the latest magazine and he would talk to the front desk. And I got in this job and I was being asked to work on what was at the time the world's largest intranet. So this is all the information that was being organized and for the Microsoft employees. But on each side of me, I've got librarians who have these degrees in something called information science. And I had no idea what this was. Like I thought like, well, librarians, they work at libraries, like they go find your books. Like I didn't realize, it was really kind of confusing to me. But what I didn't realize at the time was that these people had skills like how to organize information, how to retrieve information, how to go and bring multiple pieces of information together so that it makes meaning. And what do we call those people today? Well, they're information architects. And so the learning that I got was that these people that had these unique skills, they didn't even have a role for it yet. You know, we didn't have a label for it. And I think as we all think about all of the changes that are going on right now, some people are getting pretty worked up about their job title and how is this, the roles are blending and merging. I would say, don't worry about it. We haven't invented the title that you might have in 2 or 3 years. And it's okay. Focus on the learning, focus on what you can be uh, advancing right now. And so I started this job at the Microsoft library and, you know, had this job called webmaster. I was one of Microsoft's first webmasters. And it was such an exciting time because this was the early days of the internet. And we did stupid things because there were no rules. I keep saying like it was the Wild West. That is completely what it is. This is an example of a very popular web page at the time, GeoCities, where somebody had the brilliant idea that we're going to organize the internet into different locations, and you go in there and you go into the commercial district to buy things. But this was the early days, and we thought, oh, maybe it makes sense. Like we'll celebrate how many people actually come to the page, and hey, we can actually we can have MIDI files playing music when you come to the site. This should be an immersive experience. And if the site's not ready to build yet, well, we're going to put an animation of, it's under construction. Like this was the norm. You saw this everywhere. And then, this is one of my favorites. We're like, there's no pattern for good navigation systems. Like, let's explore this rotating animated audio experience. Like, it was crazy. And we were making mistakes left and right. But what was happening was that the patterns were starting to emerge underneath it. And so I guess the other learning that I think is really relevant for this time is it's okay right now to be moving fast and breaking things. But the point is to be finding the edges of this new material, exploring and playing with the new technology so that we understand what it's great at and what it's not. And I think it's so analogous to what we were doing back then. So fast forward a little bit, and like I said, I had this title called Webmaster. And in the times of like rapid exploration, there was like a need for people that could code and could do design and photography and music and you name it. I was expected to do it all. But as things started to settle down a little bit, I was being asked, look, this webmaster role no longer exists. You need to decide whether you're going to be an engineer or you're going to be a designer. And thank God I picked design because I would have been a terrible engineer. And what that reminds me is that in times of boom and exploration, what's really valued are a large set of skill sets, things that can go across, yeah, you can code a little bit, you can understand AI systems, and you understand users and how to get feedback from users. That is really what is in a lot of need right now. But as things start to settle down, the depth starts to really be important. And not to say that the AI bubble will burst, but it will certainly come down to a place where it's a little bit more understood and a little bit calmer. So we're now in the early 2000s, and we had what was called the dot-com crash. And, before this time, companies were hiring like armies of web designers on a bunch of hype, right? Like every person needs their own personal website. Every business needs a website. That was the kind of mantra of the day. But once the dot-com crashed, only the work that really made business value actually survived. And what was really interesting, and people forget about this, was that before and after the dot-com bubble burst, it was after that really led to the rise of user research in a more invested way, because companies wanted to demand more evidence for these investments that they were making. And so I think the learning from there is that what we saw, there was the question changed from during the hype bubble of, yes, can we build it, to should we build it, and what value are we actually going to be providing to our customers. And that really was the shift that I saw back in those days. And so you've got this, you've got a dot-com, the economy is falling apart. We have 9/11 hitting, subsequent wars that are going on. This was a really intense and scary time, which also reminds me a lot of what we're all experiencing as well. And as I reflect back around how we got through it, we really leaned on each other. There were leaders that were hinting at the way, but if we were really being honest with ourselves, it was that we were learning for each other. We really leaned in. And this is what I love about what Iggy and Alfie are doing, and the time that you're spending to spend with your community, because the way that we got through it back then wasn't through, these leaders saying, here's how it's gonna be. It was really about learning from each other. And so that is why I am just so thrilled to be speaking with you today, because, the road ahead, it's foggy. There's a lot of currents, but what I'm seeing is a lot of patterns that I've learned from my experience. And the thing is, it's just happening much faster. It feels like we're not very, that we can't see very far down the road. But in fact, I think we were seeing a lot of the same height. It just happens to be a new decade. And there's a lot of talk being had around what AI can do by people that I don't know if I actually trust that much. And what I think is really important is that we can have conversations to kind of sift through that fog. And so really that brings me back to the kind of core talk that I was hoping to give today. To really understand how AI is impacting our field and your role in that. So what is happening is that acceleration is outpacing confidence. So user testing, we not only provide services, but we actually do our own research as well. And we did a study that we found that speed is outpacing certainty and output is outpacing defensibility. So what does that mean? Well, when we asked designers, they said that over 90% of them report that they're working much faster with AI. And that's no surprise, and that's awesome, and that's expected. But what was interesting was that only 15% said that they felt highly confident in the quality of the work. And in fact, 20% said that the work is actually worse. despite all those speed gains. And so what I see in this is a massive amplification of risk. Because what I see what's going on is that teams now can generate concepts, they can synthesize data so fast. And that is incredibly exciting. But you need to remember that in the old days, we still had this relatively slow speed of solution development to throttle the pace to market. So we could afford to spend the time and the energy to ensure that what we were delivering was of high quality, that it met user need and expectation. But now the dams have kind of broke and we're drowning in infinite volume of ideas, of plausibility, because now that bottleneck of engineering, it's been removed. And so what it feels like, certainly as somebody who's a product leader, but I'm sure you're all feeling it as well, is that we're driving this car at 100 miles an hour down a multi-lane highway. And there's exits and it's foggy and there's traffic. And every inclination within us is saying, gosh, we just need to hit the brakes. But the reality is that we actually don't have that option, because you've got this executive pressure to deliver, maximize your outputs. You've got competitive threats in business that are with massive claims about what they're doing, and some of it is actually legitimate. And so what this begs the question is, well, what is our role in design, in research right now? And I'd argue that what we need is we need people to help to navigate, to help us know where it's actually okay to speed up, maybe even hit the accelerator harder, or where there's a risk ahead, where a curve is approaching. More eyes and ears that can be trusted to make sure that we're staying on course. And I know that I'm asking you to lean in and help in a time when you're feeling vulnerable. Um, the maybe some of the practices that you've built your entire career on, whether it's in design or research, the timelines are being compressed. The bar for rigor isn't super clear anymore. What is truth? What does quality look like? Like, decisions are being made faster than you can validate them. So I really empathize. My team is in that same experience. But I think that there is a path ahead. And before we get into, well, what can you do about this? I just really want to talk through the lay of the land from a business perspective, because I think that there's a lot of BS that's being put out there right now. Business leaders are being sold the story of fast, effortless product development, and many believe it, because the thing is that AI makes the outputs look so convincing. They're so polished. The problem is that those outputs can create false confidence. And so what we're seeing is that leaders are starting to make big decisions based on assumptions of what AI is actually capable of. And so it's really important to look beyond those facades. And so I want to talk about some of the big mistakes that I'm seeing right now. And the first one is that this fallacy that AI can be a substitute for real users. Now, I'll caveat this. AI can enable faster interpretation. It can reduce the effort to get maybe some directional signals, but it is absolutely a dangerous replacement for human evidence. And just to illustrate this point, I don't know if you've heard of Caitlin Sullivan. She's this amazing researcher. So she did this great experiment. She gave AI a bunch of real transcripts from conversations that she had had with real people. And she gave it to the AI, and then she asked it a bunch of new questions. And what she's found was that for simple, low-risk questions, the AI was about 70% accurate. So not terrible, maybe could make some directional choices on that. But for the hard question, things that really would matter for the business, like likelihood to adopt or how much people would pay, the accuracy dropped to 20%. And what was really interesting, apart from that steep cliff, was that the errors they weren't random. What was happening was that the AI was consistently making the products look more appealing and more likely to succeed than they really are. And this happens because AI is designed to give answers that sound convincing and agreeable, not necessarily answers that are true. And just to take this one step further, my colleague, I worked with him at DirecTV. He tested this with this ridiculous idea. So he invented this product called the Spud gun. And basically, it's a gun and it shoots mashed potatoes in your mouth. And he asked AI around what it thought of the idea. And the AI did not question it at all. In fact, it supported it. It even suggested that this could be the biggest invention of food delivery systems that we've ever seen. So it's a ridiculous story, but it illustrates the point that you can't validate important decisions with a system that's designed to agree with you. And again, while AI can summarize inputs or give you some directional signals, you can't be validating important decision with this system that's designed to agree with you. Okay, that's the big one. AI does not equal real users. Here is another phrase that I'm hearing very consistently, mostly behind closed doors with other executives. And this is that 80% that the AI can do is good enough because the rework is cheap. So executives are starting to assume that even if AI is wrong a quarter of the time, it's fine because fixing the mistake is cheap. But what's happening is that they're confusing the cost of production with the cost of consequence. And to illustrate this point, the Baymert Institute, you guys might know them, they do great heuristic evaluations. They tested AI to see how it would do with these evaluations, and they found that it was about 50 and 75% accurate. So what that means is that if you have AI do a heuristic evaluation, maybe 5 of its recommendations are helpful, but 3 to 5 could actually hurt your results. And in one real example, an AI suggested replacing product image thumbnails with these little small dots. And I'd argue, like, okay, it sounds reasonable. Maybe you're driving focus, more primary. We've seen the dots before. It's a pattern. But when implemented by a major U.S. retailer, this drove a 1% drop in revenue, which 1% might not seem much, but when you're a major retailer, that's millions and millions of dollars. And the problem is, it's not that AI is consistently wrong all the time. I mean, that would be easy. It's that it's confidently wrong enough to really matter. And when it is wrong, it's so convincing. It looks and it sounds like something that you can believe in. And so this really starts to touch on what is our new role, where even if our business is going to accept this 80% is good, being good enough, it then becomes our jobs to catch that 20%, because we need to be the filter for the harmful hallucinations, the gaps in logic before they ship and actually provide real harm to our customers. And then last, the other fallacy that I'm seeing is this terminology. It's called human in the loop, HITL. They even have an acronym for it. I believe this is not enough. And a lot of leaders are assuming that just if a designer or a human is looking at the outputs of AI, that the risk is covered. But again, AI is creating the outputs look so polished. And that polish can really hide serious problems. And designers feel this. So This was again from the large survey that we did. And almost half the designers said that their biggest concern when it comes to AI is that the outputs sound right, but they're really hard to verify. And so we drilled into that with a follow-up question. And we said, well, if you're not validating your outputs with real users, what are you doing? And they said, well, we're relying on peer reviews. So I guess that's better than nothing. You're getting, 4 eyes instead of 2, but technically that's human in the loop. And I'd argue that's not enough. I mean, reviewing something that looks right is not the same as knowing it's right. And particularly for me, who is an executive now that has to make business decisions, I can't rely just on human in the loop. I actually need evidence in the loop. I need sources. I need citations. I need real user feedback. I feel like I need something real that I can reach out and touch. And frankly, AI proxies aren't going to cut it. Because again, those outputs that look and feel and present like their research, but if it's not grounded in real human evidence, it's effectively research theater. And I want to pause because I know it sounds like I might be making a case against AI, and I am not. Like, the opportunity here is really real. We can generate fully accessible pattern-based experiences in hours. I mean, that's work that used to take days. We can go through waking up in the morning with an idea to something that customers can react to in a prototype in the afternoon and have real feedback and iterate later that afternoon. This is unprecedented. So I am not saying that we need to abandon or shirk away AI. I'm just suggesting that we govern it. And the way that we do that is by using it responsibly. So one of the ways that you can think about this, and this is what my team uses, is this simple framework called the risk gradient model. And at its core, what this is really about is matching the speed of our tools, this new capability, to the stakes of the decision. And so over here on the left, this is the green zone. These are low risk, reversible decisions. And this is where AI acceleration has a really awesome advantage. So it can be generating options. It can be summarizing your desk research. We can apply it to however it's going to make you faster. But as you move to the right, see, the stakes are starting to change. And so decisions become harder to reverse, and the consequences can really start to impound. So over on the far right, these are the high risk critical decisions. And this is where human oversight is a non-negotiable. This is where careful judgment, interpretation, real human evidence is going to matter the most. But the obvious thing is, like, the big mistake is like to apply green zone speed to these red zone areas. But actually the reverse is just as true. If you attempt to apply that same red zone rigor to green zone work, this is actually, you're slowing down where speed is actually the advantage. And so what I'm asking is to start understanding where you're optimizing your expertise for where it's going to have the most impact. I tell my team, don't compete where AI is strong. If AI can take a bunch of data and synthesize it in minutes, and it would have taken you multiple days, that's your value is no longer in that type of output. And so I would rather be looking for where your value is really showing up. If AI is looking through a bunch of findings, for you to know which one is actually true for your users, not just plausible, digging through and really applying that level of scrutiny to these findings. If AI is taking 3 signals that seem to contradict each other, how do you make sense of that and convince a room around which one we need to trust and why? And then it's about noticing the questions that aren't being asked anymore before the team starts building this perfect thing that was the wrong thing to build in the first place. So what I would say is that this is more important than ever because there's some trends and predictions that I have. First, we're about to see this sea of sameness because what's happening is that AI is trained on patterns. So it's naturally going to produce what's already exists. And if everybody is using the same models, everything is going to start looking the same. But here's what happens next. Brands aren't going to be okay with that. So they're going to want to push to stand out. They're going to experiment more. They're going to be taking bigger swings, which as a designer, I'm all for. That's really exciting. But that also introduces more risk because not all those ideas are going to work out. And that's where you come in, where you need to help us, your businesses, understand what is actually going to work, what doesn't, and why. The other reason why you are so important right now is that the way that the products themselves are fundamentally changing. For decades, I built this career around designing these fixed interfaces, whether it be on the Xbox or Ticketmaster, whatever, screens and flows and interactions. But the problem is that the new experiences of the future are going to be dynamic. They're going to be fully conversational. They're going to be what we call non-deterministic. They change based on what users say, what they need, what context they're in. The interface itself might be completely dynamically generated based on special context, which means there's no single user journey. So how do you test something that changes every time? How are you going to know? How are you going to evaluate it and know what's good and what's not? And at user testing, we're spending a lot of time thinking about this, and we've got some early thoughts and some directions, but we don't have this figured out now, right? So that's your role in being part of this decade and this special time is leaning in and really understanding this. And the last point that why I think this is so important is because this has always been true, but it just is more important now, is that humans are changing faster than AI can keep up. AI learns from the past, but people, they're changing in real time, even in our own field. Last year, I went out to researchers and I asked them, what would you think if we took your studies and the transcripts that you get back and we automatically summarize them with AI and give you kind of the top themes and learnings? And they said, hell no. We have no interest in that whatsoever. Okay. But I went back 3 months later and I asked the same people the same question. And they said, of course we expect that. That is table stakes. What a stupid question. Of course. If in 90 days, people in our own industry can change that fast, I mean, AI can only tell you what people wanted before, but if I'm making business decisions, design decisions, I need to understand what's happening right now, which means that I still need humans talking to humans. AI can't tell you what's about to go wrong. That's still on us as researchers, as designers. We need to be spotting the thing that looks fine, but it probably isn't. And so we need to bring evidence of when to slow down and when it's fine to move quickly. And as practitioners, you need to be training yourself to see the hazards before we crash. And that really is a job now. It's not about more processes and screens and flows. It is about judgment, backed by proof, delivered fast enough so that we can actually inform decisions that are being made. So I think we need more humans, not less. We need judgment. We need designers who are trained to understand people, who've built the intuition to sense when something isn't right. And that doesn't come from just querying a model. It's going to be coming from doing the long work to know what wrong feels like. And absolutely learn the tools. This is an exciting time. You know, this is the Wild West. Get curious as hell about what they can do. But don't confuse learning the tool and the technology with having an answer, right? Like find the edges, learn their limits, and use them to get feedback faster, to build conviction faster, to sell your conviction faster. Because the tools were never the value. Even back in my day, it was always about judgment. And that's why companies need you now more than ever. You know, AI gives us the speed, but it's going to be you guys that provide that direction. And so, yeah, thank you for having me so much. Before we open it up for Q&A, I do just want to mention, as I mentioned, I'm from user testing. We provide a service where it's called a QX score, where either for your products or your company's products, you can get a sense of how it's actually doing. And this is a pretty cool thing. Sometimes people do it on their competitors and kind of do a compete against each other. If you're interested, we're giving away, this is working with our professional services team. They'll go run the test, you get the results. You can scan the QR, enter your information, and then we'll loop back with you. So anyways, with that, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I hope I didn't blab too much and that we still have some time for some questions. And I apologize for sweating. I'm in Spain and it's warm.
Jason, thank you so much for an amazing, insightful talk. I personally appreciated the pieces where you were saying we were kind of going through the timeline, but what really stood out for me was the piece where you said we need your help. That that's gold. I value organizations that ask for help. You know, that say we need you to help us move forward, and if we move forward, we can collectively move forward. I also like the fact that you were just dropping bombs, knowledge bombs all over the place, and you were just dropping these little quotes. Um, that was amazing. So I just want to read some of the questions. Some of the people were saying that this gold. Um, some people were responding in relation to what you were saying, but there's a few questions that I'd like to read out to you. So we've actually got three or four. The first one is from Christopher. So he's got two questions. The one question is, so he says, I was part of a new pilot program to teach these skills at uni in 2024-25. Anyone who went to the same uni will recognize that this is either BSc Info Science or BA ILKM. First time the uni taught it in that way. It's nice to hear that I'm using my degree. Could we look at our current timing as a new industrial revolution? And in the same way life was designed and needed to be rethought, we could do the same now. So that's the first question.
That's a nice softball. Sorry. Can you, I didn't understand, just back up a little bit. There was something, could this be considered a new way of what?
Could this be, could we look at our current timing as a new industrial revolution? In the same way life was designed and needed to be rethought, we could do the same now. So I'll paste that question in the chat as a last comment if you'd like to read it out as well.
One, this is, did you say it was Christopher?
Just
What I love about this is that when we are in these times of dramatic change, it prompts really big questions. And it sounds like a lot of your audience are really stepping back and looking at the broader implications. And I would say um, this is the time to be asking those questions. 100%. That's where I spend a lot of my time, is trying to think through, like, oh, okay, if this is happening, what does this become, and are there bigger questions that we're not actually surfacing? And that's a mind of a researcher, right? Like, they're thinking about broader things. So I don't know. Um, I don't have any perspective on what they're thinking here, but what I do is I love the thinking of, wait a minute, if we're seeing this, and to be honest, like, there's so many moving pieces here with the workforce retraining, with the implications to the economy, to what value humans are providing. Those are big conversations. Um, but what I will say is that people that are designers, researchers, front end engineers, people who are passionate about understanding people, they need to be part of those conversations. Because if not, it's a bunch of fucking tech bros that are having these conversations. And excuse my friends, I get worked up about this. And so, what I would say is that this is the time for designers, for people who want to make a positive impact, for researchers who are so passionate about understanding human beings, what makes them tick, and they want truth. That's what drives the researchers, want truth. This is the time to really be leaning in this, because there's a lot of big discussions happening. There's a lot of big decisions being made. And to be overwhelmed by what's going on right now and decide, you know what, I'm just going to play this out. We'll see where it all lands. That's my big fear for UXers. This is the time to really be leaning in and get involved in those conversations. Ask those bigger questions, to think, well, where is this all going through? Or should we be thinking completely different? Is there an opportunity here? And those are the types of questions that we need to be leaning into.
thank you. I'll move on to the next question, and I'll place it again in the chat. And this question, speaking about front end engineers, is from Skulk. Um, he's a huge front end engineer in the community. And his question reads: how imperative would you say it is for designers to dig under the surface of AI and fundamentally cultivate a technical understanding of how it actually works, what it does, and what is good or not good at? Do you find there is a resistance amongst designers to delve down to that technical level?
Yep. So there's two questions there. 100%. When I talk about understanding the new material, um, Scott, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You have to go deep enough to really understand where it can fall apart, to understand what it's good at, and where those boundaries are. Oh, wait, I'm starting to see this fall off here. Or this is the context where I'm starting to see more hallucinations. Or, hey, I'm seeing these kind of outputs that seem biased. Why is that? Well, if you need to understand how the technology kind of works. I think that everybody in this new world needs to go deeper to a certain level. But I also think that there's different types of designers. There's different types of front end people that will be naturally oriented to go even deeper. And that is those types of designers. My guess is there will be new roles called something. I'm not even going to invent the title, for the designers that are highly, highly technically savvy and really get to that fundamental. There will be others that actually, maybe they lean more into some of the different aspects of, maybe it's the research side. Really, they're like, we're seeing this blending of roles. Some of them will go deeper into technology. I think everybody needs to come down and have a fundamental understanding of how this works, where bias can creep in, what it's good for, what's not, where the current edges are, how those edges are going to change over time as the models keep updating. That there's a foundational layer that everybody needs to know, and I think there's a subset of people that will go really deep, and those will be some of the new roles that we see in the future. And then do I see resistance among designers? Sure, of course, it's new, it's scary. Some people aren't technically minded. This is why I do like um, people that can explain things in a way for people that don't have a deep technical background. I'm really fortunate. We have our chief science officer. She's also a teacher. She's at a university, and so she sits down with my design team and she talks through. Okay, here's what an embedding is, and here's what machine language, or machine learning, what this means, and but all of this is available on YouTube now, and I do think it's important for folks to just spend the time, find somebody who talks in a way that can make it meaningful to use, using metaphors that you might know from design or just from life. It's out there, but I do think it's critical that you understand this new material. This is our new design. Just like web pages and internet was like, what is this thing and how does it work? This is our new material. And so we have to understand it deep enough so that we can mold it and use it to its maximum potential.
Thank you, Jason. We've got another question from Christopher Stevens, pasted in the chat. I'd like to establish a learning facility that restarts the Bauhaus Central thesis as a way to organize our practice, bring in others, architecture, industrial, digital product, and convert design from a qualitative aspect, as it's seen, to a more compliance issue needed to launch. This could drive design as a preliminary design requirement rather than pure execution. It could also buy us time in the process. What advice would you give to anyone trying to organize how we lean into each other?
Two things. One, I love it. Where I would lean into initially for these types of efforts is leaning into already existing legislation or conversations that are being having right now to see where design can be integrated into that. Top of mind for me is some of the either AI usage or accessibility legislation that's getting done now. Um, but I really love this. I mean, it's kind of going back to the Industrial Revolution conversation. Like, um, how do we, is there a broader opportunity to rethink the role of design and the problem that it has traditionally had, particularly UX design over the past uh, 20 years, which is people still don't understand it, and we've never done a really great job of articulating the ROI for investing in this field. So I really love this approach. I think that there is some promise there. Um, Advice for anyone trying to organize how we lean into each other. Well, this is a good start, but this is the place, like this is the forum to get introduced, see some names. The next thing is the follow up. So having conversations, and it's direct conversations. So, um, let's say you and I connect, then I happen to know three people who are in the education space or whatever. I think that's how things tend to happen, is the connection between people who can actually start making decisions or get actively involved. Um, and so and I'm old school. Like maybe there's new modern ways like people connect, but just actually getting on a call and having a conversation. Um, I think it's underrated. Um, and so, and feel free, like I'm on LinkedIn, reach out and talk more. Um, but I think that's where the most impact can have at this time, especially because with all this AI and we're on this digital overload, reading these documents and reading all these AI outputs, people want just to like hop on a call and connect people to people and have a conversation and think about like, wow, that's a really new, interesting thought. Like talk out loud. Um, so that would be a recommendation.
Thank you for that very honest, practical recommendation. I cannot agree more. How underrated conversations have become. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
think Alfie, you, myself, and Iggy, like we hopped on a call, and literally later that day, I introduced you guys to somebody else who happened to be in South Africa. I mean, this is the way that these kind of, I don't call it grassroots, but this is the way that connections get made.
Jason, we've got a few more questions. Um, I hope you're still good for time.
Yeah.
Um, the next question. So we've got two similar questions, and I'm going to ask both of them. I'm going to ask them both from two different individuals. So the one is from Lesefo. How does one market themselves for the role they are doing that does not align with their title and towards where they want to go? Now, that's the one question, and a somewhat similar question from Scylla. Any advice for juniors trying to get in the field while companies are focusing on AI? So they're both speaking about growth, and I thought I'd ask both of them together. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Um, yeah, it's tough. I'm trying to go back to like my history and understand how we made a case for investing in this thing that became UX, which wasn't invented yet. Um, I think one of the key things that we didn't talk about job titles. We didn't talk about, well, we did talk about like wanting to get a seat at the table. That was the big thing when I was, starting out, was like, you were, as a designer, you were never even invited to the meetings. Like, so that was the big rallying cry. We need a seat at the table. Um, the mantras don't work. Um, what you want to do is sell the value that you're providing, and consistently. And so if you're doing something that is like, let's say it is providing your leaders or your team with more confidence in making decisions, play that up, right? Like always think about what is the value that you're providing that the business cares about. That's the only way that you make influence an organization to do anything. Um, if you have a vision, this is the other thing I guess I'll say. The beauty about being a designer is you've got all these tools at your disposal, and they can be applied against any problem. So really clarify what is the problem first, right? That's what we learn in design thinking. So what is the problem that I'm actually trying to articulate? Is it that I want this organization to value me more, or the roles that I have? Like get really clear about what that is. Then do your research. Okay, what are the barriers to that? What are the frictions for me to do that? Oh, maybe it's do some research, some internal exploration around, hey, what are some of the big problems that you're seeing? Understand your users. Your users are your stakeholders. So what is keeping you awake at night? Help me understand that so that then I can really contextualize what I see for the future versus what you actually care about. The other thing is we're great storytellers. So, and we imagine things. We imagine the future and we can bring them to life. We draw pictures or we tell stories. So that might be another way of like, imagine a world where we had this role where people provided more confidence with the decisions that we're making. Whatever your vision of that is, tell a story and kind of share that. So then it gets people excited for what that could be, and ask questions. Like the best influence techniques I have are ask the questions that I already kind of have an idea what the answer is. Oh, in this new world, how are we going to know? How are we going to know if these AI experiences are any good? Hmm, I don't know. That's probably going to be important. Let them think about that. Oh, how are we going to understand whether the investment that we're making in these capabilities of chatbots or whatever are any good? Like, use those kind of mechanics to get the organization to be asking the questions that you want them to be asking, and then lo and behold, you're like, oh well, I don't know. What do you think? Well, I think we could do this, this, and this. So those are some pieces of advice. This is about, if you're in a company, and how to move it in a direction where you think there's an opportunity for you personally. Uh, for junior folks right now, I kind of touched on this, and this was like, this is your time where you're the electronic musician and there's this new capability. Start playing for it. Listen really carefully around for what grabs you, what excites you about this new capability, and really lean into that and be willing to go deep into it. Maybe it is the technical side of it. You're like, oh, I didn't realize I was so enamored with understanding how this thing works. Then let yourself go deep. Um, I would say let your curiosity guide you right now, because what's going to happen is you're going to learn. You're going to learn so much quicker than in those areas than forcing yourself to do something that doesn't come naturally. Um, and then what is going to happen is that there will be more clarity around what actual skills are going to be needed. And if you happen to be going deep into an area that companies are wanting, that is going to be a great match. Let me think, what else would I say? Yeah, follow new curiosity. I mean, it's hard. I'm biased. That worked for me. And so I know it's a tough time. It's a really confusing place to be getting your foot in the door. Um, I will say there are some encouraging statistics. I know the headlines tend to be really depressing around, oh no, only people are hiring senior folks. The data actually isn't showing that's true. There's a lot of companies that recognize that we need the next generation of talent, and these AI natives are going to be really, really important to our future. And so, also, don't let the big headlines freak you out too much, because the companies are hiring entry level jobs. It's just we don't hear a ton about them.
Thank you. I think we've got one more question. Um, and this is from Tyra. I think she's in Nairobi. Um, if AI has many people building solutions for themselves, does this mean that people are increasingly unwilling to purchase software or pay for the tools? What does this mean for product designers if people start creating their own solutions using AI agents? Is the definition of what a product is changing as far as a product teams are concerned?
Um, yeah, I mean, again, multi-part question. Yeah, lots of people are building their own things. Oh, that's nice, Alfie. Now I can read it. Um, I think in some cases, like, why pay for something when you can just build it yourself? It was the same thing when I grew up, when I was growing up. Like, why would I pay a web designer if I can just like look at the source code? The reality is there's more to software than just building something that works. Maybe in some special purpose instances, you can build a little agent that'll do something and stuff. But um, software is more than that. Like, there's maintenance, there's uptime, there's stability, there's, you know, troubleshooting it when there's an update in the middle of the night. So I don't know. I'm not sure I see a ton of that. I do 100% think that there's going to be new types of software that you actually go into an interface and you're like, here's the problem I'm trying to solve. And it automatically generates an interface for you. And you're like, okay, well, I'm planning a trip, so now I'm doing this kind of thing. And then once it's done, you throw it away. So I think there is going to be new types of products, if you will, but I think the interaction model will be very different. But who's going to design how those products get built? Well, it's designers. So that's where in some ways design is shifting left, further up, around how do we design the systems that then build the software and interfaces and things like that, and how do we get people to trust it, give information. Like, there's a ton of really hard questions that we haven't figured out yet. I love some of the frontier labs and Microsoft and other folks. They've got like principles about how AI products should be designed. And we're learning as we're making mistakes and we're refining it, but like none of that's figured out right now. And so I think that's the space. I think we're going to start seeing more software, not less. Um, I mean, one stat I'll just cite is look at the App Store, the number of apps over the past year. It's gone exponential. Like there's so many more apps in the marketplace right now because so easy. Anybody can build an app and they just push it up to the store, and that's awesome. But look at the use. The use hasn't changed almost at all. And so there's going to be lots of experimentation. There's going to be a lot of slop put out there. And I don't, I think we're going to go through that. Oh, okay, yes, I could do it, but should I? And is it worth the value versus me just paying $15 a month for this subscription and they take care of all the stuff that I actually don't really want to do? We'll see.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for that, Jason. I just want to add something there to what you said about the app stores. I think it's also a case of a lot of companies ask, how can what we provide our customers or our users generate value for them? But I think when you're building an app, is also, it's that same question that you need to ask, not only through the product or the service. So I think whoever's building apps just for and pushing it, it's actually how is this going to create value in those individuals' lives. Right now, time has become a commodity, and people, they don't only want quality, they want time as much as they're consuming it. So I think value, people need to remember value in how I'm going to receive it and how I'm going to give it as well. Um, I, we don't have any more questions, but we have lots of comments. I just want to drop your LinkedIn link in the chat as well. Um, if there aren't any more questions, I'd like to say, Jason, thank you to you. Thank you to the user testing team. I also just want to uh, kind of mention that the user testing team, they're keen to get involved with the South African audience, with the African audience. We've got people here from Kenya, we've got people from Dubai, we've got people from other parts of South Africa. Um, they really want to get involved with our community, and they're keen to understand what the challenges are that we have, the problems that we're facing, and how can they help to resolve that. Um, so if you do have any questions for Jason beyond this insightful talk, connect with him via LinkedIn. Yeah, reach out, ask your questions, do a coffee connect. He's an awesome guy, awesome guy. Thank you so much, Jason.
Thank you for having me. It was a real pleasure. And I'll give you a version of the deck, Alfie and Iggy, if you want to distribute it. That's awesome too, just so everybody has a takeaway. But thank you very much. It is super awesome to get these invites, and I 100%. Yes, please reach out. Let's connect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your week. Take care.
Yep. Okay. So we're going to move on to the next book. I will introduce my next speaker. Let me just do this. Who is Supreet? So just a quick introduction from Supreet as he starts to project his slides. I've known Supreet for a good few years. We actually met at the UXSA event, and subsequently, and that's when he was in South Africa working at I think it was the Big Green Bank, and like many Cape Townians, Supreet holds Cape Town very close to his heart, because he had many amazing experiences here. He is back in India now. He's been there for a while. He is a design manager at Cvent. A wealth of experience and years spanning UX leadership, digital products, working across the US, Kenya, India, and also South Africa. He's got a background in engineering, masters in design. So he brings a rare combination of analytical rigor and human-centered thinking to the challenge that we consider complex. Um, is built and scale design teams from the ground up across telecom, um, fintech, B2Bs. So definitely across many industries. So today, Suprit is sharing his perspective on what it actually means to work alongside AI. And this is from the POV or point of view of a designer, so not necessarily as a hype. So AI is a new normal, and Supreet is going to be chatting to us about that. Supreet, over to you.
Thank you for that introduction. And after that great talk from Jason, I think I really have to like bring up my game to meet that benchmark which he has set. Cool. So welcome everyone. Today we are talking about something that's no longer coming. It's already here. AI is reshaping our tools, our products, our practices, and in today's session, we'll cover all three. To start off, maybe by show of hands, you can use that feature of raise hand in Riverside. Uh, let's have a quick check that who used AI this week. And did you feel guilty doing that? Or did you felt like you were cheating? If you are not feeling that, then good. Cool. So today we'll look at AI across all these three lenses, how it changes our tools, how it changes what we design, and how we build it into our practice without losing what makes us good designers. We'll go fast because we have less time, but every one of these things which I said, you can act on it by next Monday. The guilt or skepticism which we have, at least some of us have using AI is understandable, but it's not. It's a bit misplaced. Every tool shift felt like a threat. Desktop software scared the print craftspeople, the web scared the desktop designers, Figma scared the sketch advocates. Each time we adapted, we leveled up, and the bar for what good design means rose with us. See, AI is the next inflection, except the pace is just faster than the previous shift. We didn't resist those shifts. We don't need to resist this one either. The question is whether we adopt intentionally or reactively. So let's talk about how this actually shows up in our day-to-day work, starting with the AI tools, like starting with AI as a tool in your design process, because this is a design conference. The numbers on this slide are worth sitting with for a moment. See, 75% of our designers are opening AI tools every day. That's up from what was the number last year. 86% of creative professionals are using AI in some capacity. 91% of marketers are using AI compared to what they were doing earlier. And a lot of designers are shipping AI generated code to production, not just prototypes or demos or productions or low fidelity mockups. The question in this room is no longer should we adopt AI? That ship has sailed. The question is whether you are building the capability to use it well, because that's where the gap is now. See, prototyping goes like we were discussing that what has improved since AI hit us. So the prototyping has gone from weeks to hours. The design iteration cycles have been cut by 50 to 60%. The image editing has improved. The whiteboard sketches which we used to have earlier, now we can like make them editable mockups instantaneously. Figma Make is round the corner. I mean, a lot of us are using it. My team is using it. The AI moderated research is compressing study cycles from days to hours, like Jason also mentioned in the last talk. So these aren't projections. They are workflows changes which designers are reporting today. The ROI isn't abstract, it's showing up task by task. I've put together some comparison just to have the room at ease that things have incrementally changed. See, Midjourney started with zero UI. It was just a chat inside Discord because that's what they had at that point of time. There was no interface, there were no guardrails, but the output was good enough that people tolerated the friction. By 23, 24, they launched a web alpha, still gated, but now with explore and create tabs. Slash commands became buttons. Uh, AI was still the same, just the interface was catching up. In 24, Midjourney brought a full web app with direct manipulation canvas, pan, zoom, remix, all without a single slash command. And by version 7, in I think 25, Midjourney looks like a creative platform. They have pages, they have style preferences, they have personalization, they have mood board. The same tool that lived inside Discord is now competing with Adobe. That's like 4 years ago, four paradigm shifts. The interface design drove adoption at every step. Then Claude came. So Claude launched in 23 again as a plain chat interface. It was clean, minimal, just one pane. There was no workspace, there was no memory, there were no tools. It was just a prompt and a response. By 24, artifacts changed that fundamentally. Code, docs, and sites started rendering live alongside the conversation. It stopped feeling like a chatbot and started feeling like a working environment. Same AI, but now you have somewhere to put the output. I don't know how many of you experienced that shift from Midjourney to Claude. If you are that person, then just look back and see how it has improved. Again in Claude, around October 2024, there was a step change. So computer use let Claude operate your desktop directly. It left the chat box entirely. Projects added persistent context across sessions. So Claude could actually remember what you were working on. And in 25, 26 brought the agentic layer. So Claude Code, MCP connectors, Cowork, Claude now works inside Figma, Slack, Jira, your tools, not just Claude window. So the interface dissolved into a workflow. Taking some time to understand what the world is building, the teams across the world are building with AI. So Klarna in February 2024, they built they had OpenAI built assistant, which handled their 2.3 million conversations in 1 month alone, 2/3 of all their service chats. Their resolution time went from 11 minutes to under 2 minutes. The CSAT score held steady versus human agents, so they were not losing anything. There was $40 million was their own annual saving estimate at launch, but the reality check came in 25. They publicly rehired human agents for complex emotional and disputed cases after quality complaints. CEO admitted that they had cut just too far. So the takeaway here is that AI is excellent at scaling the routine. Judgment heavy, emotional, or ambiguous cases still want a human in the loop. IBM had around 3.5 billions productivity gains since 2023 across 70 plus business areas. Ask HR resolved about 94% of common HR questions with zero human touch. Ask at IT, cut IT support calls per chat by around 70%. I was at IBM some time back, so I can vouch for these data. So yeah, there was a huge improvement. Studio RX again is a healthcare marketing agency inside IPG Health Network. They used Adobe Firefly plus some custom models to relaunch their brand identity around a character set called the RXCs. The custom models were trained on the studio's own hand drawn sketches. So Firefly basically generated on brand variations rather than generic art. And some 20 plus final assets in 10 days. That was about 5x of their normal speed for a rebranding of that scope. Curry's Curry's in-house creative team whitelisted Adobe Firefly for the new term back to school laptop campaigns. 50 to 70% agency cost reduction on that one campaign. Cut campaign dev time in half. Nearly 2x of their creative options for campaigns. They had a increase of like 150% of more channel specific templates, which meant that less creative fatigue across digital touchpoints. It was commercially safe as Firefly was trained on licensed Adobe stock content, so legal IP risk is very low. Uh, a single UX designer slash researcher, and this was not a team, this was still one person. At LexisNexis, tax division used the company's internal LLM console. And the task was to process around each an hour long user interviews, normally about a week of watching recordings, tagging codes, everything which goes into research, writing reports. All of that was delivered in a day. Lastly, with IDEO, so quoting from IDEO Workplace Insights, that's a report which they publish, 2024 UK poll of 1,000 business leaders. Two groups tackle the same growth sustainability brief. One got AI generated questions to prompt their ideation, the other didn't. The result was that there was a 56% more ideas, 13% more diverse, and 27% more detailed across every measure, not just one. And the lift came from AI asking better questions, not AI supplying answers. That's a meaningfully different adoption pattern than AI writes for me. But there's risk as well. So let's take a moment to talk about the consequences when agents are given autonomy without hard boundaries. So these four cases which you see on the screen, they share a pattern. AI had access, had intent, and had no one stopping it. So Replete's agent modified production code during a freeze, deleted a database, then fabricated test results to hide it. OpenClaw, given messaging access, sent around 500 messages to the user's contacts without pause. OpenAI Codex discovered Docker group membership, gave it root level access, and used it. Cursor found a broadly scoped credential in an unrelated file and deleted a live railway volume with it. So none of these agents were malicious. They were just optimizing. Within permissions, no one thought to constrain. That's the design failure. Autonomy without hard boundaries isn't a model problem. It's an interface problem. See, the previous slide was about AI acting without intent. This one is different. These are cases where AI was used with intent by bad actors. One of the examples quotes that the North Korean threat group used Cloud Code to run extortion operations across 17 organizations in a single month. Reconnaissance, credential harvesting, ransom demands, all AI assisted. APT actors operationalized Gemini for vulnerability, exploitation, and deepfake generation. Malicious Chrome extensions intercepted over 900,000 private AI conversations and routed them to attacker control servers. And deepfake voice tools were used to impersonate executives, including placing fake emergency calls. The capability that makes these tools useful to us is the same capability that makes them useful to attackers. That's not a real reason to avoid AI, but it is a reason to build with that assumption baked in or bolted on. Now, we have covered AI as a tool, AI as a product. Now, the hardest part, actually building it into how our teams works day to day in. Knowing AI is useful isn't the same thing as using it well. See, most teams are somewhere on a messy adoption curve right now. And that's completely normal. Every team has all three of these people you see right now, often in the same person on a different day, maybe. So there's one skeptic. It's not that good yet. I tried it once, got a bad result, wrote it off. Doesn't believe it can do what they do. What they need isn't a debate, it's one specific low stake win. Baby steps. A concrete use case that visibly saves them like 30 minutes on something they already find tedious. The next one, the experimenter. They are excited, trying everything, and also they are inconsistent. Using different tools, sharing prompts in Slack, sometimes brilliant, sometimes just chasing the next shiny thing. What they need is structure. Channel that energy into repeatable practice instead of novelty seeking. And in the end, you have your over reliers. The person just accepts AI output at face value, stopped questioning it. Their output quality has quietly dropped, but volume went up. So nobody notices right away. What they need is a clear reminder. See, AI raises the floor, but it doesn't set the ceiling. So critical review is still the job. So your job as a design leader isn't to pick a side in this. It's to move your teams along that curve intentionally, person by person, holding hands. Also, if you were wondering or if you have already figured out, so AI accelerates like both parts, the diverge and the converge movements in the double design diagram. You can have any other framework. Let's stick to double D here. Uh, so your human judgment decides when to open up and close down. AI just removes the friction at every gate, nothing else. So in the first stage, the discovery stage, so AI synthesizes your interview notes, it clusters your themes, it drafts your screener surveys in minutes, compressing what used to take days of manual affinity mapping and similar tasks. In the defined stage, AI is your tireless partner. Rapid concepts, generation, alternative directions means you can converge on something stronger, faster. In the next develop stage, your microcopy variants, your error messages, your onboarding text at scale, UI from prompts, the blank canvas moment, poof, gone. In the last one, the deliver stage, you have your design tokens, your spec annotations, your documentation, your drafts automated. That tedious last mile step, it's done. Now let's take a moment to understand what AI can do better and where humans still call the shots. So AI struggles with nuances, you have your cultural context, emotional resonance, brand voice, the subtleties that make design feel human. The judgment part, knowing which idea is right, that's still human. So AI is just generating ideas. The relationships, the human physical relationships. So the stakeholder alignment, reading a room, negotiations with your business partners, things that can happen between people. The ethics, it won't flag when a pattern is manipulative. That's still on you. So in short, AI has no taste, but we as human beings, we do. That's not going away. The risk isn't AI replacing designers. The risk is designers who use AI replacing designers who don't. It's as simple as that. AI raises the floor for everyone. Junior designers can now produce what mid level used to do, mid level can do what principals used to do. The bar has moved up, and your job is to move your ceiling up with it. So we are in a translation layer between what AI can do and what users actually experience. Engineering builds the capabilities. Design determines whether it's trusted, used, and understood. I think all of us understand that. So three things only design can solve is calibrated trust, which is making AI feel neither magic nor broken. If users think that AI is infallible, they over rely. If they think it's unreliable, they ignore it. Good design communicates honest capability. Here's what I can do, here's where I'm less sure. The second is graceful degradation. That's very important. So when AI is wrong, and it will be wrong, at least for foreseeable future, the experience needs to recover without destroying the trust in the whole product. That means designing the failure state with as much care as the success state. Honest error messages, easy correction flows. Don't gaslight users. And the third one is human override. So always give users a way out, a way to correct, a way to be in control. This is one of those NN principles as well. So this isn't just ethically right, it's good UX. So control is the foundation of long-term trust in any system. And now we have a new design vocabulary. So we now need to own a set of concepts that didn't exist in our practice like 2 years ago. So these aren't just engineering terms, they are design problems now. So designers need to lead this conversation, not wait for engineering to define it. And I feel Jason with this one. So the best AI features don't feel like AI. They feel like the product just got smarter. It doesn't really have to have that small blue AI badge necessarily. Your product just needs to act smarter. That's the design bar we are now working towards. And four behaviors that separate intentional adoption from chaotic adoption. Uh, this is what good looks like in practice. It's not just a tool list. I've tried to keep it simple. So you need to prompt deliberately. So the quality of your AI output is directly tied to the quality of your input. Garbage in, garbage out. This is a craft skill, same as wireframing or writing a good ticket. Good prompts have clear context, a specific output format, explicit constraints. Vague prompts get generic output, and that takes as long to fix as it would have taken to just write from scratch. The same exact failure mode that fuels the skeptic complaint, the personas which we talked about a while back. Uh, then you need to share your prompts like components. So teams should share prompts the way they're sharing components, which are reusable, improvable assets, not personal tricks. This turns individual experimentation into a key team capability because it's not just you trying to improve, your team has to improve. And review before it ships. So AI output is a starting point. It's not a deliverable. So run these questions against every output. That is it right? Is this ours? Does it sound like us? It shouldn't be too AI. Does it reflect our actual users? So for that you need to know your users in the first place. The real risk isn't AI generating bad work. It's designers shipping AI's first draft without review. See, process failure, it's a process failure because it's not a tool failure. It's the ecosystem failure. And then the bar is higher, not lower. Because AI, it handles the floor. What's left to differentiate is judgment, taste, and care. That's a higher bar. That's a human bar. Now, how should we design for AI? So until now, everything we have discussed is AI behind you, in our tools, accelerating our process. Now, we are talking about AI in front of your users, in the product we are building. So we are not just using AI to design, we are also designing AI in the same process. So the distinction matters because it changes what good design means entirely. You're no longer just crafting flows and interactions, you are making decisions about how an intelligent system behaves, communicates uncertainty, earns trust, and fails gracefully. So the users now expect it. Remember Jacob's law, so people are using AI in their own personal spaces. And so they are using your product in that same space. So the bar has moved. So whether your product is ready or not, it has moved. So users who have experienced like ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, or other AI tools carry those same expectations into your product they use. They expect things to be predicted, summarized, generalized, and personalized. If your product doesn't feel intelligent, it starts to feel behind. That's the harsh reality of 2026. The expectation has shifted. The question isn't whether to design for AI, it's basically whether you are doing it intentionally. It no longer is a side project. And to summarize, these are the 6 challenges your design team needs to follow now. One is trust. So users need to know when AI is involved. This means clear labeling, honest attribution, and never hiding the fact that a response is AI generated. Transparency isn't optional. It directly determines whether users engage or disengage. Confidence and uncertainty. So software is binary, it works or it doesn't. AI operates in probabilities. How do you show a user that AI is highly confident versus guessing? Most products either hide uncertainty entirely, which is very dangerous, or surface it in ways users can't interpret. This is a completely new design problem. The error states. So AI fails differently than traditional software. It doesn't throw an error. Rather, it gives you a fluent, confident, wrong answer. Hallucinations are real, and designing for graceful, honest failure without destroying the user's trust is now the whole product. It's a skill we are all still learning. See, when AI is good enough, users stop checking it. That's fine for low stake tasks, but it's very dangerous for high stake ones. Uh, Good AI design builds in deliberate friction at the right moment. Does this look right to you? It nudges users back into the loop. So keep your users engaged into the process. Why did it say that? Used to be a engineering question. Now it's a UX problem. So users want to understand the reasoning behind AI outputs, especially when those outputs affect decisions. So designers need to own how reasoning gets communicated. There's no one ring to rule them all. So every problem is very contextual. You have to find your own solutions. Users want transparency about what data powers the AI, and they want an off switch as well. So you have to build trust into your systems. And the users want to control how AI operates. So the product that handles this well, clear opt-ins, easy corrections, visible data use, they earn long-term user confidence. All right. So we talked about AI as a tool, AI as a product, and AI in how we work. This is in 3 separate conversations. It's one shift seen from 3 angles. So the new normal, from where we started, the new normal is actually a misleading phrase. It implies a fixed destination, a point where things settle. Unfortunately, it isn't. The baseline keeps on moving. So Figma felt disruptive once. Now it's just how we work. The same will be true for AI. What feels like AI augmented design today will just be called design in 18 months or whatever months. So don't aim to catch up to AI. Aim to keep adapting because that target keeps on moving. So chasing a moving target is exhausting. Building a habit of adapting is sustainable. You're still a designer, your job title hasn't changed, but your leverage has changed. What you can produce, how fast, and at what depth. So this is generally good news if you approach it with intention. It's generally risky if you ignore it. The tools changed, the job, understanding people, making things that work for them, that has not changed. And like I promised, so before next week, pick one thing from today and try it. Push yourself into fire. So bring one AI tool into your workflow. Pick the most draining part of your process and try compressing it this week. Not a big transformation, just one task. And ask one ethical guardrail question on your next AI feature, which is transparent, fair, or reversible. Just pick one and actually check it before shipping. And lastly, have one honest conversation with your teammate about where they are on the adoption curve. Are they falling into the skeptic persona or experimenter, or are they the over relier? You need to acknowledge where you stand. And that opens the door to better team norms without a big initiative. Specific, small, doable this week. That's what actually sticks. The generic resolutions don't survive. Those are the gym resolutions on the new year. And like I said before as well, so designers who thrive won't be the ones who know AI best. They will be the ones who know people best. That is not changing. And that brings me to the end of this presentation. Thank you for keeping up with me.
All right. Thanks so much for that. That was really, really good. So we have a few questions, but we're somewhat running behind schedule. So I'll maybe give you one of the questions which was asked in the in our submission, and the question is: based on your experience, which are some of the high-impact AI interventions that have greatly helped in the UX process or in the workflow of doing UX design?
Yeah, so I think the one which has highly helped me in my recent experience is how the research team operates. Actually, two. So all of us know that we have to invest a lot of time, which is also recommended, that a lot of time invested in research early on saves a lot of time during the end of the process. So speeding up that part, that has really helped. Processing a lot of transcripts, finding insights, clustering themes. We have also invested into creating some, like, I know a lot of other friends in the industry as well, who now work with some synthetic users, not as the last level of validation, but in the very starting. So when you're struggling with getting real users, uh, you invest some time into creating some synthetic users in whatever AI tool you like, and running some concepts through them early on in the process. And this is only for starters. This is not to say that these are the last level of validation which you do on your concepts. So that really helps to jumpstart our concepts and move forward in the design process. What has also helped is, earlier there used to be plugins for a lot of things in Figma, and a lot of third-party tools which we use to validate stuff regarding accessibility or regarding colors, regarding contrast, managing our files, organization into Figma. All that can now be delegated to AI tool of your choice, which saves a lot of time, which means that that time saved could be invested into doing something more on your projects which you're working on. Hope that helps.
Amazing. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to come and share your experience, your knowledge, your thoughts with us. It was really good to hear from you.
My pleasure.
And we definitely hope to have you again. As things progress, we will drop your LinkedIn into the chat if anyone would like to connect with you. But what I would maybe like to do now is introduce our next speaker.
Perfect.
Thanks so much, Sabreed.
Take care.
So, our next speaker is coming is Shaima. I hope I am pronouncing your name correctly. Is that right?
Yeah, that's 100% right. You got it. You got it, Alfie.
Perfect. Yes, from Accenture Song, a senior UX architect. It is. It's funny that the one thing that I find quite interesting is my very first job was at King James Digital, and King James eventually was acquired by Accenture Song. So I've got a little bit of history there. But it is really good to have you with us, and we look forward to hearing what you have to share. And so I will hand over to you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that intro, Alfie. Hi everyone. Like Alfie mentioned, I am Shaima. I'm a senior UX architect at Accenture Song. That's really just another way of saying UX designer. And I've been practicing within the product design space for over 11 plus years right now. And today I'll be taking you through some of the AI themes I found when making experiences with AI. So let me share what I have right here. Okay, so the opening slide says your product manager walks in Monday morning. Can we add AI to this? Everyone's doing it. Your users might benefit, but before you say yes, just because we can build it, how should we? I think this is such an important question. Just because we can build it and because of what we're seeing now currently in the world, how should we build it as South Africans is probably even more of importance in terms of what we're seeing how other countries are using AI. So I'm sure many designers have experienced this question in one form or another, whether it be at work or really even just thinking it from a personal capacity. So yeah, I think it's a very important question to ask, and not only as designers, but whatever your designation is within your team, because of where it is now currently, AI is still being developed. It isn't something that has been, given a binding rule yet, which opens up a lot of possibilities. So whatever you are within your team, don't only think about yourself as a designator within that profession, but think of yourself as a contributor in terms of how you can add value in the space, even if it is now currently via the project or the product that you're currently making. So, like the context says, you're not the only one that's asking this question. I don't think anybody has it cracked yet. But what I'm finding via the research is that it is really reassuring that the whole world is asking this question at the same time. And there's a lot that us as South Africans especially can draw from. So to the right or to the left, you'll see some frameworks. These are some frameworks that I found online that if your institution or your organization doesn't have anything yet, and even now in South Africa, we are still currently developing our AI legislation. There are frameworks that we can actually pull from to help guide you. So these are like the EU AI Act, NIST, OECD, ISO, and even China that's doing some really amazing things with AI legislation. So like I mentioned, we don't have ours binding yet, but that doesn't mean that as designers, we should merely just jump onto the train of AI. We shouldn't at all, how can I say, design in a vacuum. So these frameworks exist, and as South African designers, we can use them. We can literally borrow from them. We can adapt them to the context. We can use them to start shaping what a responsible AI within the South African context would look like, and also for our users. So when you look across all of these frameworks, there are some themes that I've come across, which are fairness and inclusion, transparency, human oversight and control, privacy, accountability, and even redress. So these aren't coincidences. I think Suprit also mentioned that you'll see, familiar themes that you'll find in like the Nielsen Norman heuristics, SAMI now, our other UX methodologies that we use as well. So they're things that matter universally, and these are these bases that we should stick to, even as designers, but as our entire teams that are actually building these AI experiences. So today I'm going to be talking about 3 of them that I tend to experience when I am busy designing experiences with AI. So these are my 3 realities. The first one is transparency. Like, people need to understand what's happening. They don't need to understand everything, but just what matters. The oversight is number 2. AI should help people make better decisions, not make decisions for them. And because of, how can I say, the intelligence of AI, the exposure and the possibilities that it can do, there is the slippery slope in terms of, especially number 2, where you as a designer, your full team, from management straight to whoever's building this product, need to really think about the user, especially number 2. And then accountability. When things go wrong, and they will go wrong, there needs to be some sort of clear path for the user to find their way back. So let's jump into them. The first one is transparency and explainability. So transparency isn't about showing everything. It's about showing what matters. So you'll see 2 little GIFs. The top one is this frantic friction that forms this smooth line. And I think that is what we as designers are. Like, we trained to reduce friction. We make experiences that are easy, that are convenient, and that are enjoyable. But when the system makes decisions on behalf of the users, that silent part, and maybe you've experienced this, that because of the intelligence of AI, the user can easily go from A to Z or D or F really, really fast. And there is the silent part where you could even be a victim to, in terms of designing, that you're not showing users what they need to see. So that gap isn't necessarily simplicity. It's more of it could lead to like this mistrust within the system, that if you show too little information, it creates uncertainty. And if you show too much, it creates overwhelm. So this top GIF is really about, through all the noise, we need to kind of find this balance between context of showing what the user needs to see to where they are going. And they need to, how can I say, they need to know where they are moving from A through to, even if it is Z, that entire experience in the center. They need to understand what's actually happening in terms of how you are designing that experience. So it's not about showing more information. It's about showing the right information at the right time. And the second, or the gift here at the bottom with the eye, with the arrows and with the checkbox, it's really, people really want to see everything, I mean, this is a concept that we as UX designers, we know this already. But what they want is confidence, and it's even more so with AI. So they want enough insight to understand basically what's happening on the screen, enough context to decide whether they agree with it or not, and enough clarity to understand what to do next. So even like these words, transparency and explainability, it might seem so small, but when you start looking as to how to implement this theme within your one particular flow, whether it's sign up, whether it's actually experiencing the product, or whether it's something huge that is going to be used by thousands of people, this transparency and explainability is actually one of the big things that I have found that I need to think about consistently, purely because you've got this how can I describe AI, this ammo of new tech that you can throw into your product. But the question is, should you actually be throwing all of it in just because you can, you know? So let's move on to the next section, which is human oversight and control. The goal isn't to automate decisions, it's to better equip people to make them. So the most valuable experiences aren't the ones where AI decides for us. They are the ones where AI helps the user understand, explore possibilities, challenge assumptions, and ultimately make better informed decisions for themselves. So, as designers, our responsibility isn't just to make a design like an intelligent system. When people stay in the loop, I'm sure you've heard that terminology, when people stay in the decision making role and they stay, in essence, they stay responsible for the decisions that they are making. So if you automate it away, and that goes back to that that example of having that silence in the center of your experience, if you automate that away, you move the risk onto someone who can't see inside of this experience that you've been building. But if you equip them to understand and choose, that is actually safer design, because you're keeping them in the loop. You are giving them enough transparency. You are showing them what they need to show. So as they are making their way through this experience, they know why they are doing things. So you can actually see how these things kind of overlap or intertwine with one another. And here's basically what happens. So understanding creates trust. Control for the users creates trust. When the user understands why they are deciding a certain thing, that creates trust. When they can push back in terms of challenging the system, that also creates trust because you're giving control to them. When the user feels confident about their choices in terms of what you are showing at the right appropriate time for them to make those decisions, that also shows trust. So when these things are all added and when they are used properly by the user, that's when your entire system, your entire flow is actually working really, really well. The next one is about accountability and redress. So good AI experiences aren't designed around getting everything right. They're designed around recovering gracefully when things are wrong. When thinking about this, about accountability, what I notice in the way I work is that there's always this tension. Like I mentioned, AI is like this ammo of intelligence, and there's so many things you can do with it. And your natural inclination, well, I know mine is to design something so out of this world, like so cool, so smart, but at the same time, you need to think about that the smarter the system, the harder it is to question. Like we have to think about our users in such a sense in terms of the psychology around what we are noticing now with various different types of AIs and the, how can I say, like the effects it's having on people now currently. And you find this all in social media, the news, studies that are currently being done, that when something feels authoritative, people assume it's correct. But intelligence doesn't remove the possibility of error. Like it can make errors even harder to identify or to spot. So your job as the designer isn't just to help build people or build a system that people trust. It's to help them know when to stop and actually question what they are experiencing in that moment. So the lessons that I've actually come to find, especially around accountability and redress, is that accountability doesn't start with when something breaks. In my designation, it starts with when you start designing, but I feel it starts even before design. It starts with your entire team. It starts with leadership, it starts with your product manager, it starts with everyone within your team. When you come up with that first concept of what you actually want to design, it starts at that particular point. Because if your user can't understand what you're trying to make, if you're not building in an opportunity for them to correct themselves or correct the system, If they can't challenge it, if they really just don't know where they are going within the system, then accountability doesn't exist. You're basically just designing something, or you're moving that responsibility to somewhere invincible. So the theme of responsibility as designers, or I'm just speaking from my designation now, but I know there are many other people in different product teams. But the responsibility here is that our job isn't to build systems that never fail. It's to build systems that remain understandable, contestable, and recoverable when they do fail. And then I will leave you with this last slide. We're not building AI systems, we're building experiences where people can see, stay in control, and recover. These three principles are just the beginning. So, like I shown you, the frameworks exist. These are just three that I'm touching on today. But yes, ultimately, what I've learned just working in teams that are using AI and building AI products is that upskilling matters. Understanding how AI actually works, what it can do, what it can't do, where it breaks is so important to understand. And if you think that the responsibility only lays on the designer or your design team, then that is so much, how can I say this? That's so much to not only ingest and to be accountable for, that it's not enough for you as one person to learn all together. This isn't just a design responsibility, it's a team responsibility from back-end, front-end, product leadership. Everybody needs to speak the same language about how AI behaves. Because, like, here's the thing, when we're looking at the same product as a team, but all of our vantage points are very different. Like, design is thinking about experience and UX, front end is thinking about implementation, back end is thinking about data and logic, leadership is thinking about the risk and impact. So that shared understanding is so important, because it's not just one, it's not the designer that's building the product alone, it's your team that's all coming together, because AI is that big. It's a big thing that the entire team needs to learn, drink, eat, breathe in order to create that experience that you want to give to your users. So, yeah, so the real work actually starts tomorrow. If you are busy doing or using AI, what I would play on, and I heard a little section of Supreet's presentation, is that building a culture where your whole team understands AI, and it doesn't have to be perfect. You just need to know enough to have the same conversation and to keep on having that conversation within your team. So yeah, that's the end of my presentation. I hope there were some takeaways that the team or the viewers, as these little golden nuggets that you've taken from it. But yeah, there isn't much I could share being at the company that I am at. But when I was preparing this, I was just thinking about what are the things that I'm currently experiencing working with AI and designing for people in South Africa with this ammo, or this smart intelligence that we have as a resource now.
Shaima, thank you so much. Thank you so much for those nuggets, those insights, providing your take on how you've, I guess, adopted and how you're navigating. Appreciate the principles that you're working towards. So thank you so much for all of that info, and for sharing. I'd like to just while I'm busy chatting, just ask anyone if there are any questions for Shaima, to please drop them in the chat, to drop them on the Google Docs form. We do have some dedicated time for Q&A. Before we move on to the next slot, Shaima, there's a question that in relation to, just a second, in relation to these principles that you've provided. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah. In relation to the
Yeah.
principles that you've provided, do you see that one or two of these principles becoming heavier at any given time, or like the same with quality, time, effort? That pyramid, or cost. Do you see these principles, one of them becoming outweighing the other at any given time?
I would say that it's very much contextual. It depends what the product is doing. As a general rule, let's say, for instance, transparency, it's important. It needs to be there. But say, for instance, if you were to work in some sort of space where there is a lot of information that the actual user really needs to know, and it's so easy to design AI in such a way where it could solve all of that. It could do the thinking for you. It can do the reasoning for you, depending on how you feed this model, how you feed this back end process. And I feel that depending contextually, it plays a large role. It shouldn't be taken away just because it is there. It shouldn't be used in such a way where it removes that original flow or that original way of work. It could, but it really depends. For me, I think the user always needs to stay in the loop. That's such a big one for me. From all of them that I've seen, just keeping the user in the loop as to why you are showing something, why things are there, or if you are doing the work, if AI is doing the heavy lifting, keeping them in the know as to why AI has done it. So that's the one that stands out the most for me, transparency. But I don't see any of the others. I feel like AI is such a thing that we don't necessarily know. I mean, we're seeing people use it for robots to, finding cures for things like cancer, to, something very simple like customer service, which I think it's being used quite largely for maybe here in South Africa as well. So I think it's very much like contextual. But out of the others, what I can only speak from my experience is that transparency, I think, is such an important one, because there is that very slippery slope of designing AI in such a way where it can do everything for the user, but you need to remind yourself that there are these principles. And what I'm finding is that these AI Act principles, they aren't too far away from heuristics, from, like Supreet mentioned, the NN group, from our various like user-centered design. So there is that familiar like overlap that we always need to think about in the back of our minds.
Thank you, Shaima. We've got another question here. The question reads: has AI changed the way you think about design itself, or has it simply changed how you work?
It's definitely changed the way how I work. Depending on your organization, the adoption of AI is, I think, something globally that these large companies are fast tracking. The heavy emphasis on knowing how AI works, knowing how it integrates into your workflow is a big push. So jumping onto that in terms of adoption, I think is such a good thing to do anyway. So it's definitely from a working workflow perspective. And changing my perspective, it has definitely done that. I mean, I don't use AI in such a way where I'll have random conversations with it. Because the way I think very analytical in the way I think. So I tend to use it to, how can I say, I tend to use it in such a way where it elevates what I currently know. To me, AI is always a tool. It will only be a tool. It's not this. The marketing of AI has been done really well, where people think, especially the people that we serve, that we are building for. It's got this a persona that it can do anything, that it's fully autonomous. But we aren't there. I believe AI is only, the tool is only as good as the user. Like, you will, what you input is exactly what you'll get out. And I think to a certain degree, you should actually use AI to help elevate the way you think. I know that's how I'm using it. For instance, this presentation, I actually asked AI to analyze, or to tell me how I think about it, how I'm using it, or what are my themes that I keep on bringing out. And the three themes that it found was basically, these are the things that you're focusing on. These are the way you are answering, or interrogating, or assuming the flows that you are busy building with. So I think that's a really good way of using AI to understand who you are. And I've been doing it in the arena of my work, and what I can do to actually elevate my thinking a bit more, to basically make better products, and also just thinking about it.
Shaima, thank you so much. Those are the questions. I do want to just call out, if you would like to connect with Shaima, we've dropped a LinkedIn link in the chat. Please connect with her. And I'm not sure if Alfie mentioned it, but I mean, I couldn't do the intro, so Alfie was doing it. So um, apart
It's
from
all
apart
good.
from the research and the architect stuff and the designing and the AIs and the digital stuff, you can also just connect with Shaima if you want to work on an engine. If you want to work on an engine or take apart a vehicle and a car, that's her passion. She loves working on cars and working on engines and stripping it and fixing it and putting it together or breaking it apart. So yeah, connect with her. She's an awesome person, and always willing to connect and share. Shaima, thank you so much again, for your time and for sharing what you have. Um, we were planned to do um, I shouldn't put my camera on. We were planning to do a fireside chat, but Alfie's just called to the side. So we're just going to swap the break and the fireside chat. We're going to break now. I think it's also good to break now after three talks. Break for a few minutes. Probably come back in at about South African time, 11:45. Um, 11:45, so about 25-minute break. And then we'll just quickly do that fireside chat and then jump into the next first speaker, which would be Ignatius, also another Iggy. Um, so yeah, everyone enjoy your break, stretch your legs, grab your coffee, or whichever it is that you enjoy, your cup of tea or your waters or your matcha. And then we'll see you all in a few minutes. Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope that you stretched your legs, grabbed something to eat or drink, um, got some sun where there is sun in wherever you are. And if there's not, then at least some air. Um, and yeah, we're going to be kicking off for a few minutes with let's call it a fireside chat between um, a guy in a very comfortable looking hoodie, Alfie, uh, and myself. I'm just going to share my screen while we do that. Give me a second. Okay, share screen. Yeah. You should see that. Yeah. So for everyone that's joined, um, if you don't know me, if you don't know, now you know. If you don't know me, I'm Ihsan. Uh, Many people call me Iggy. Um, I love long walks on the beach, sitting down and enjoying a good book, and cooking in my spare time. But also, uh, I mean, I don't know. We started. I'm one of the guys that started UXSA. I don't know how to say that because it always feels weird to say. Um,
Mm.
and my friend over here, Alfie, he's been involved in the community for a good long time, um, and he's joined us not too recently, but recently, and has somewhat been the glue of all the proverbial madness. Um, Alfie, I don't know if you just want to quickly intro yourself for
Yeah,
those that don't know you.
yeah. My name is Alfie Low. I'm a product designer. At the moment, I'm working at Yoko, but I think beyond that, I'm a person who is very much keen on thought leadership, on public speaking, and mentorship. And UX South Africa has been one of the stages that kind of got my journey as a speaker started. And so, for the longest time, I've wanted to do a little bit more to kind of give back to our design community, and kind of put a little bit of nos in the engine to kind of really get things moving. And there are a couple of people, especially in the Pretoria and Gauteng community, that are also, chomping at the bit to try to help get things to the next level for our community. And so I think this conversation is really centered around how we're aiming to do that.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, Alfie does a better job of introducing himself than me. First, let me say that. So we're going to be chatting quickly through a few things. Um, what's happening with UX South Africa? Where are we going? What do we want to do? And that takes us directly into the next few points, two, 3, and 4, but specifically 2 and 3. So let's jump into it. What's the new mission? Um, UX South Africa has been has been around for a while, but for 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 the last year or two, we've been wanting to change direction, and we've crafted the new mission, and with Alfie's help, we've kind of focused that mission, and it's become it's kind of materialized since the beginning of this year, and we've been working towards a plan, and with a new site, and building it in such a way that it's more dynamic, but also focus on the future, and how it enables some of these stepping stones that is going to allow us to become closer to the community, but also for the community to become close to us. I think we are close to the community. I do. I really think so. But I think we can get closer. I think we can get more involved. I think we can get more engaged. And that's really what we want to achieve, right, Alfie?
100%. And I think more than just getting closer to the community, actually getting connected with the community and letting them be a part of the process. Because I think, Iggy, I know you would never say this, um, but a lot of this, the last, decade and a bit of this conference has been on the back of your shoulders. And granted, there have been people who've kind of gotten involved in different ways, but a lot of the work has been on you. And so, like, a part of this is realizing that there comes a time in the development of anything that is important or meaningful where it's more than one person can achieve. And so I think this mission is both bringing UX South Africa closer to the community, but also bringing the community into UX South Africa in a real and meaningful way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, let's jump into that. What is involving the community? And I'm gonna ask you to maybe speak through this one, Alfie.
Yeah, sure. So I think when I kind of came on board at the beginning, one of the things I think I'd realized, and I was absolutely shocked by, because I remember, I think it was the first time I spoke was around, I think it was before COVID, or maybe afterwards.
No,
But I was
it
like,
was
I
just
see this.
before COVID. Just a lot. It was the event just before COVID.
That's right, yeah. And I was like, this conference is big. This is the biggest UX design conference in South Africa. I'm sure there's this like huge team, super official, like all of these things making it happen. And then, to my shock and amazement, I realized there was two people with a couple of volunteers on the day that kind of show up. And so the aim here is like, how do we change that? How do we make sure that the design community is actually making this conference not only something that they're proud of, but something that they're a part of? And so there were a couple of different ways that we're thinking people can be might be able to contribute to the conference in making it happen, both in terms of the conference itself, but also the things that happened in between that bring it all together. So at the moment, the sort of main hands that are kind of on board at the moment is myself and Iggy kind of working on some of the bigger chunks of work. Kelsey van Sky helped very much with the design of the new website. And then one of the things which we're going to talk about a little bit later is also regarding media and blog and the newsletter and all of that good stuff. We've been kind of helped by Stephanie. But really the roles which we're looking to open up and the ways we're looking to have volunteers kind of come on board are in some of the roles that you're seeing on the page here. Now, one of the things that I will say, which I want to be extremely open about, is especially at this stage of things, these are not paid gigs. This community up until today has been a mission of love. I know when it comes time to actually pay for a ticket for the in-person conferences, you might be asking yourself, are these people just pocketing all of this money? And it's like, I can assure you, especially having looked behind the curtain, that is not the case. Putting together a conference of the kind that Iggy and Theo have been putting on is an expensive endeavor, and so every rand that we kind of bring together has gone into making the experience as good as we can possibly make it. But the time has come to actually expand the efforts. So especially at the beginning, these are going to be entirely volunteer roles where we're asking people who have, like, you've established yourself in the industry, you're in a place where you're relatively comfortable, and you maybe are looking to give back to the community a little bit. And if that does actually identify who you are and you're looking for a certain level of autonomy, a certain level of responsibility within the community, you'd be the type of person who we're looking for in this. And so the main roles, the first two are very much from an operational perspective, actually putting together the work to operate a group of people who all have full-time jobs, who are all working in different organizations, but ensuring that we're synced. And we'll have one person who is more focused on some of the day-to-day flows, ensuring that all team members are aligned and engaging, and then another person who is really focused on a little bit more of the scheduling and coordination, ensuring that we aren't getting blocked. Then besides that, there'll be a role around conference programming. This is owning the speaker curation, the session flow, the workshop content, and so on. What you'll obviously realize is at the moment, Iggy has been doing the majority of that, along with everything else that is necessary. And so we will be looking for somebody to take that role. Then, what we will be talking about in the next, in the next part of this fireside chat, is around the podcast and newsletter. One of the things we've realized is it's extremely important for us to actually have a touch point that exists beyond the 2 to 3 days in which we're meeting together in Johannesburg or in Cape Town. We want to make sure that not only are we continually communicating with you as our community, but also you as specialists and you as people who are actually making impact in South Africa, in this country that we live in the different businesses and jobs that we work in, that your stories are actually being told and being shared outside the context of the stage. Because we know not everybody has the, let's say, the interest or willingness to actually step on stage and stand in front of a bunch of people. But we don't think that disqualifies you from being able to share your message or kind of contribute. And so that's really what we're hoping to do with this podcast and newsletter. Have another way of engaging with some of the experts in our industry. Then somebody to help taking ownership of the website is going to be also a really important one. And the final one will be on the experience and delivery of the actual in-person conference. One of the things we have learned slightly the hard way is that when you get there on the day, that is just the beginning. A whole bunch of work goes in beforehand, but you really need somebody to really own the in-person experience, ensuring that all of the vendors, all of the people, who are going to be giving food, coffee, and all of that good stuff, have somebody that they can talk to who can direct them in the right way, and someone who can really take ownership of the experience. And so these are the 6 main ways we're looking to bring people online who have got time, who've got willingness and energy to help us make UX South Africa great. And yeah, I'll maybe leave this one there. See, you're still muted there, Iggy.
So I was trying to do 3 things at once, not even 2. Yeah, office painting a picture of something where we can work together with people and people want to work together with us. And the idea is not to only work together. It's something that you maybe want to take on and grow within, but also see it as an opportunity to network. For me, networking at events is very important. It's extremely important. So see it as an opportunity to network, to get closer to the broader community, because that's going to be one of the biggest benefits of any of these roles. So maybe let's jump into the newsletter and podcast, because I'm also just mindful of time.
Yeah. So maybe I'll do a little bit of an intro, and if you've got any thoughts, you can add it too. So
Sure.
for those of you who know, some years back we ran the Edit Undo podcast, which was myself and Stephanie, and then we kind of put that to bed. I think we had 60 odd episodes, and then we put that to bed for a while. But since then, it's something we've been very keen on reviving. And then this conversation that I started with Iggy was a great way for us to kind of bring that back into the light, and create a platform for people who are interested in sharing, who are interested in being interviewed, who are interested in sharing their work. And so we kind of have been in the background putting together a little bit of work to launch this podcast. Some of you may have received our first newsletter on Substack that invited you to kind of join this conference. A whole bunch of you might not have. But there is a newsletter which we have introduced with the aim of being able to profile people, being able to share work. And so on the screen in front of you, these are the first 4 people we have interviewed, from Natalie from Make Rain, Shirley from Discover Africa Group, Jamie from Scrum.com, and Nicole, who is currently at Sunlum. These are some of the conversations with people who we've managed to interview already, and these are episodes which you can look forward to listening in the next couple of months. But what we're really trying to show you here is that we're really trying to tell your stories and make some of these stories kind of go further than they have before. And all of the talks that have happened today have been recorded and will also go out on the podcast. But the aim here is for us to create a platform that allows us to stay connected outside of the actual conference days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, UX South Africa has always. So one of the reasons why UX South Africa, some of you don't know this, some of you know this, I've said it before. One of the reasons why UX South Africa was started was because. I don't know if you. Yeah, my connection just dropped there for a second. Was because in 2012, I was asking questions I couldn't answer, and I was looking for thought leaders in South Africa. And we started and we met thought leaders, but we also met people that were up and coming through their career, people that were now moving from graphic design into this new thing called user experience, were new to them. Um, and UX South Africa has always been of the opinion we want to connect people. We want to connect people that are thought leaders, people that want to become thought leaders, people that are starting in this career, people that feel they're junior, people that question their abilities, people that question their skill sets, people that feel confident but want to revisit, people that feel challenged, not professionally but maybe emotionally, and how does that emotional intelligence feed into this craft that I'm trying to deliver. So we want to connect people, we want to connect humans through storytelling, through shared experiences, through knowledge and insights. And we want to do it and broaden the platform that we do it with through podcasts, through newsletters, reels and stories, and primarily also the events. Um, and with all of that said, we also welcome people asking us, I'd like to be on the podcast. I'd like to write a blog. It doesn't have to be a Natalie de Kanger that's writing a blog post, because knowledge and insights can come from someone that is 30 years in the industry, or someone that's a year in the industry but they've learned something amazing to share. Um, so this isn't a platform where we're going to be criticizing. It is a platform where we're going to be sharing and connecting and having conversations with each other, and trying to understand better. You know, that's what we want to do. I think the world needs more of that. Um, so, yeah, we really want to start sharing more content, and making that more available, and asking everyone to connect with us as we try to connect with you more. Um, so, yeah, let me move on to the next one. Um, so, and I'll just quickly touch on this, and then Alfie can also add to it, because I know Iggy, who's the next. I'm Iggy, and there's another Iggy going to speak. Um, um, he's probably like, "Hey, I need to start." So, uh, early bird tickets. We are going to. So UX South Africa in-person event will be happening in Johannesburg, the end of the year. We're locking down the venue and the date as we're speaking. It's going. We're earmarking November, towards the end of November. We are looking to bring on board many individuals. There's a few people that we've been speaking to already. There's a few people that we've got relationships with that's keen to get involved. Um, and I know at events, we can easily say it's not about. Um, it's not only about the who's there. Um, it's about the quality of that information and how relevant it is. So we're really looking to ensure that this event, the upcoming event, is going to be an amazing event for everyone that attends. Um, so yeah, we're going to be starting early bird tickets and dropping that, and then it will again be the same platform. It will be a 3-day event, 1 day of workshops, practical short bursts of practical workshops to deliver something that you can take away immediately, and then 2 days of talks Yeah, Alfie, anything to add?
Yeah, and I think we could probably leave it here and share links directly after the event, just so that you can click through it. But I think the main thing to add is I know there are people who have come to some of the conferences in previous years, and you kind of get there and you engage, and sometimes it's really close to you, sometimes it's far away. I think this year we've been very intentional about looking for a venue which will be accessible to everyone in Gauteng, and we're really excited about that. We've had a couple of people who have already started volunteering to kind of help us figure all of that out in a non-official capacity. But I think the main thing and why we kind of wanted to open early bird tickets is obviously the more people who we kind of get to buy in and commit earlier on, the easier it is for us to plan and confirm things early. And I think this year I'm really excited about the venue. I've had the opportunity to see a couple of different spaces, and I think the one which we've shortlisted, I'm not going to mention it now, otherwise Iggy might have a little bit of a stroke. But I am super excited. It's big. It is easy to access. It's not as far out as I can't even remember where the other one was. It's a little bit
Randburg.
closer, accessible. Sorry.
Randburg.
Randburg, yes. This one is accessible from the Gautrain quite practically, so you'd just be an Uber away. So for those of you who are pretty sure that you're going to be available, I'd really ask that you book your tickets as early as you can. The links are already on the website if you want to go and do that from today. And as we kind of get volunteers on, obviously our communication is going to get a lot sharper. But the thing that I'd really like to encourage you is to bring the community together, because I think there's going to be something that really different about this year, and that is we're going to do our best to make sure it's not a one person job trying to pull this all together, but instead it's going to be built by the community for the community. So if you're interested, please do. But let me
Yeah.
not hold things up anymore.
And last thing that I wanted to say, Lesego's question over there. If you're not available now and you'd like to volunteer, reach out to us again later down the line. Also, when would early birds end? We're probably going to. I think we probably run it until the end of August. So people have, you
1st
know,
of September, they're no longer
yeah,
available.
yeah, and we'll probably go full price. But also, some people attend in their personal capacity, but also try to get their companies to do what they need to, and giving them time until the end of August is probably a realistic timeline. So thinking about all of those kind of things, yeah. So looking forward to what's to come. Yeah, join Substack, connect with us, and keep an eye on socials, primarily LinkedIn and Instagram, and we'll be pushing video content to YouTube as well. Yeah, I think that's all from me. If there's nothing else from you, we will now move on to our next first speaker for the second half of the day. Um, Let me stop sharing. Um, and that is, let me just pull Ignatius. Um,
Hello,
so,
Iggy.
how's it, Iggy? Are you good, Iggy?
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you, Iggy.
Cool, that's good.
Uh,
Thanks, Iggy.
all
What's up,
good,
Iggy?
Iggy. All good, Iggy. So,
Iggy, can't you see?
um, Ignatius over here. I mean, I've had the pleasure of knowing him for a few years. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. He's a man of many talents, but at the same time, he has an amazing analytical mind in relation to design. Um, I met him when he was still based in Johannesburg. However, he's currently in Dubai working on some big projects and some big initiatives. Um, and yeah, I mean, we miss him in South Africa, but I know that he's doing amazing things over there. Uh, Only thing that being sacrificed is his hobbies. He doesn't, his hobbies is going to the beach and enjoying the sun. Ah, you know, I
I
mean,
want
who
to.
wants to do that? Uh, but yeah, I mean, please enjoy Iggy's talk and Ignatius' talk. And yeah, if you have any questions, drop them in the link. We'll share it. Ignatius, over to you.
Cool, thank you, Iggy, for the introduction. I'm just sorry, I'm just gonna switch off my camera for bandwidth because it's not that great. I can share my screen. Entire window. This one. Just let me know if you can see it. Cool. So, I know this is a provocative title. It is supposed to be, because for a long time I believed the opposite. So, over the last 11 years, working across healthcare, aviation, enterprise systems, and consulting, I've had the privilege of working with some incredible, talented UX practitioners, researchers, designers, strategists, people who genuinely cared about users and were exceptional at their craft. And yet, I kept watching some of them struggle to create real impact inside organizations. And at the same time, I've watched other people create enormous impact. Not because they were better UX practitioners, sometimes they weren't. And that never made sense to me. So for years, I thought it was about fairness, that fairness was the problem, or I thought the wrong people was getting recognized. It took me a long time to realize it wasn't about fairness at all. It was treating two completely different skills as if they were one. And looking back, I realized I spent years learning how to understand users, but I never really asked whether I understood the organizations I was working inside. I didn't know it yet, but that question would completely change how I thought about UX. So this is the model I believed in for most of my career. It made perfect sense to me. Research leads to insights, insights leads to solutions, and good solutions creates impact. It's simple, it's logical, and almost comforting. It's the story I was taught, it's the story I saw in books, it's the story I also saw in case studies, and if I'm honest, it's the story I also told myself. But this is where my experience stopped matching the actual model. Not because the research was wrong, not because the solution was good, but because something seemed to happen between solution and impact, something I couldn't explain. And the more organizations I worked in, the more I realized it wasn't an exception, it became a pattern. And that gap became the most interesting part of my career so far. So eventually I realized something that completely changed how I think about UX. Understanding a problem and creating impact are two completely different skills. So for years, I treated those two skills as if they were the same thing. I thought that if I became better at understanding users, better at research, better at testing, better at design, impact would naturally follow. But it doesn't. Not automatically, because organizations don't change simply because a problem has been understood. They change when people decide to move. And those are two very different things. I don't think our industry has ignored the second skill, but I think we've simply spent far less time talking about it. So when I started my career, this is roughly how I pictured the work. It's find the problem, understand it, validate it, present it, and change happen, like double, whatever you want to call it. And to be fair, there's nothing wrong with this model. It describes excellent UX practices. I still believe in every step of on this slide. But the problem is that it quietly assumes something. It assumes that good work naturally becomes organizational change. That assumption shaped how I worked for years. And eventually I realized it was incomplete. It's not wrong, it's just incomplete. And that distinction really matters. And I identify a genuine user problem, nothing controversial. There's good research, there's good testing, evidence that everyone in the room could see. I would present it, people would not, people would agree, and sometimes they'd even thank me for the work, and then nothing. Khalas. The recommendation quietly disappeared, priorities changed, roadmaps shifted, and other work took over. But in weeks later, I'd look back and realize nothing had actually changed. And I remember sitting with that feeling more than once, thinking, how did we all agree and still end up here with nothing? And that became the question I couldn't stop asking. Not once, not twice, project after project. If everybody agrees, why does nothing happen? And at the same time, or at that time, I genuinely didn't know. It wasn't a clever question that was leading to a clever answer. It was something I couldn't explain. Because according to the model I believed in, agreement should have been enough. And yet, it really was. And so I did what I think many of us do. I stood up. I blamed the organization. I blamed the stakeholders. I blamed design maturity. I blamed the people who, in quotation marks, just doesn't get UX. And if I'm honest, I probably said those exact words more than once, usually after a frustrating meeting, usually to another designer. And it felt strangely comforting because it meant I could stay right and the organization was wrong. But then something started bothering me. As a consultant, I kept moving between organizations, different companies, different industries, different cultures, different products. And I kept seeing the same pattern. And eventually I had to ask myself, if this keeps happening everywhere, maybe the organization isn't the only thing I should be questioning. And that was uncomfortable, but it changed everything. And eventually again I realized something I wish I'd realized much earlier. Nobody was trying to stop good UX. Everyone was trying to do their own job well. So engineering was not trying to make my life difficult. They were protecting reliability. Product wasn't ignoring users. They were balancing delivery. Operations wasn't resisting change. They were just trying to keep the lights on. And leadership wasn't dismissing research. They were making decisions across an entire business I couldn't see yet. So again, nobody was irrational. Everyone was acting rationally from their own perspective. And once I saw that, I stopped asking, why don't they understand UX? And I actually started asking, what problem are they solving that I haven't understood yet? And this was a turning point. I wasn't dealing with a UX problem, I was dealing with an organizational problem. And I'd been trying to solve it with UX tools. Research, testing, personas, journey maps. Those things still mattered. They just weren't enough on their own. Because the problem wasn't only understanding users anymore, it was understanding the system the work had to survive inside. A few years ago, I gave a talk called Wireframing One-on-One. I think it was like 5 years ago. It was all about understanding users. There was research, problems, information, and decisions. And I still believe everything I said, but looking back, something was missing. I spent years deliberately learning how users behave. I was studying it, I was practicing it, trying to become better at it. But I spent almost no time deliberately learning how organizations behave. Now, when I say understanding organizations, I'm not talking about stakeholder interviews or gathering business requirements. Those things are very important. They help us understand what an organization says it needs. I'm talking about something much harder, understanding how an organization actually behaves. And again, not stakeholder management, not business goals, something much deeper. How trust forms, how priorities compete, and how momentum builds around an idea. And why some ideas survive and others quietly disappear. Nobody had ever taught me that, and yet it was affecting almost every project I was working on. And then I started asking myself a question that I've never really stopped asking. We've become incredibly intentional about understanding users. We read the books, we attend the conferences, we learn psychology, research methods, accessibility, and behavior. We invest years becoming better at understanding people. So why haven't we become equally intentional about understanding the organizations? Again, not stakeholder management, the organizations, how trust forms, how decisions get made, how good ideas survive. And this is where everything finally started making sense. So for years, I treated understanding users as the whole job. And looking back, it was only half of it. The other half is actually understanding the environment that work had to survive inside. Because organizations are human systems too. They're made out of people, there's relationships, there's history, there's trust, there's constraints, there's competing priorities, and different definitions of success. Exactly like the users we spend our careers researching. And that's the strange part. We spend years deliberately learning how users behave, but very little time deliberately learning how organizations behave, even though we spend every day inside of them. So UX taught me how to understand users, experience taught me how to understand organizations. Not the organization on paper, the organization in practice. And eventually I realized that I needed both. Everything that comes next is really my attempt at answering that question, and how do we become more intentional about understanding organizations. So imagine walking into a new company on your very first day. You don't know anyone, you don't know the history, you don't know why certain decisions were made, you don't know which teams actually work well together or which teams doesn't. You don't know who influences decisions, you don't know who's under pressure, you don't know who's protecting a legacy system, or who's trying to prove themselves. So from the outside, it almost feels like the organization is invisible. And then I realized that's exactly how I approach most organizations. I assumed I understood them because I understood the project. But organizations are far more complex than the projects. And just like users, they have behaviors, they have patterns, there's a history, and there's motivations. And you have to learn them. Then you meet your first few people, you meet a manager, maybe a developer, a product owner, somebody in another team. So at first there's just introductions, maybe names on a Teams call or faces in a meeting. But after every conversation, human to human, you learn something. Not just about that person, about the organization. You begin to understand who depends on who's overloaded, who's trusted, who's always consultant before a decision, and who's quietly influencing things behind the scenes. I stopped thinking about conversations as status updates. They became pieces of a much bigger puzzle, and every conversation taught me something new about the organization I was working inside. And then something interesting starts happening. We have another conversation and then another. Then somebody says, you should really talk to Sarah, or finance will probably have concerns about this, or legal normally gets involved quite late, etc., etc. So without even noticing, the map starts growing. You're no longer just meeting people, you're discovering connections, relationships, dependencies, and decision pathways. And something changes. The organization slowly stops feeling invisible. You're beginning to understand how it actually works. Not from an org chart, from experience. And eventually, you reach a point where you're no longer surprised by decisions because you understand where they're coming from. When somebody pushes back, you don't immediately think they don't care about users. Instead, you start asking, what problem are they solving that I haven't understood yet? And that single question completely changed how I worked. Sometimes the answer was risk. Sometimes it was around compliance or budget or a reputation or sometimes just bad timing. None of those things made the user problem less important, but they helped me understand why my solution wasn't moving forward. So understanding users gave me empathy for people using the product. understanding organizations gave me empathy for the people building it. And I needed both. So eventually, the room is full. Not because you've met everybody, because obviously that's impossible, but you no longer see isolated people. You see a system. You understand where decisions come from, where trust already exists, where change is difficult, where momentum is building, where people are protecting something important. And this isn't networking, it isn't office politics, and definitely it isn't manipulation. It's learning. Exactly the same exactly the same way user research is learning. The only difference is the subject has changed. Instead of learning users, you're learning the organization. And the more deliberately I did that, the more often my ideas became reality. Because I wasn't just designing for users anymore, I was designing for the system that had to make those ideas happen. So one of the biggest shifts for me was realizing that being right wasn't enough. So early in my career, I thought if I had the research, if I had the evidence, if I had the best solution, the organization would naturally move in that direction. And when it didn't, I became frustrated because I thought the work should speak for itself. Now, don't misunderstand me. Research still matters, evidence matters, being right absolutely matters, but understanding users is only half the question. Your idea still has to survive inside an organization. It has to compete with budgets, roadmaps, risk, deadlines, legacy systems, different priorities. So today, instead of asking, is this the right solution? I also ask, what would have to be true for this organization to adopt it? And that changed the conversations I had. It stopped me defending ideas and started me designing a path for those ideas to become reality. This called me out more than once. A workshop would go very well. Everybody would agree. People would thank me. The findings made sense. The recommendations were solid. I would walk back to my desk thinking, that went well, high fives all around. But again, a few weeks later, nothing had changed. That's when I realized something. Agreement feels like the finish line. It isn't. It's usually the starting line. Because now, someone has to prioritize the work, somebody has to own it, and somebody has to defend it. Somebody has to make room for it. So agreement doesn't create change. People do. Teamwork makes the dream work. Consulting taught me this lesson very quickly. Clients don't buy wireframes. They don't buy personas. They don't buy deliverables. Those things are obviously extremely important, but they're not what somebody is investing in. They're investing in confidence. Confidence that you've understood a problem, confidence that you've understood their organization, confidence that you can help move something forward. That's what people remember. Not your workshop, not a document, the confidence they felt working with you. That changed how I looked at every deliverable I created after that. And again, I also realized something else. Some of the most valuable work I did never happened in a workshop or a design review or a usability test. It happened before meetings, after meetings, walking back to my desk, over coffee, over lunch. Those conversations were distractions from the work. They were actually part of the work. Not because I was trying to build influence or convince people. I was really just trying to understand. And I wanted to know what pressures people were under, what success looked like for them, what they were worried about, what they were protecting. Every conversation gave me another piece of the organization. I wasn't simply building relationships, I was learning how the organization actually worked. And that understanding made me a better designer. Not because I designed better or prettier screens, but because I designed solutions that had a better chance of surviving. The first lesson I wish somebody had told me is this: stop communicating like a UX designer. Now, before anyone gets nervous, I'm not saying stop thinking like one, I'm saying stop assuming everyone else does. So, as designers, we naturally explain the world through the user. So, for example, users can't find feature X, whatever that is, but it's true. But organizations don't make decisions from one perspective. Operations here, support tickets are increasing. Finance years, this is costing us money. Leadership years, this is becoming a growth risk. The user problem hasn't changed, only the language has. That was one of the biggest mindset shifts in my career. I stopped trying to explain UX better. I started translating user problems into the language that helped other people make decisions. Because communication isn't about making people understand UX, it's about helping them understand why solving this user problem also helps them achieve what they're responsible for. This lesson took me much longer to actually learn. So for years I thought relationships were something you built when you needed support or you needed buy-in or approval, but or someone just to champion your idea. But now I see them completely differently. Relationships aren't something you build to gain influence. They are how you learn an organization. Some of the most valuable conversations I've had never happened in workshops, and I mentioned it before. They happened before meetings, walking back to my desk over coffee over lunch. Not because I had an agenda, because I was curious. What pressures are these people under, or him or her under? What does success look like for them? What keeps them awake at night? And what are they measured on? And every one of those conversations taught me another part of the organization. And looking back, I wasn't only building relationships, I was building understanding. This is probably a lesson that changed me the most. Whenever somebody's whenever somebody challenged one of my ideas, my instincts used to be they don't get it. Today, I ask a different question. What are they trying to protect? Sometimes it's a deadline, sometimes it's a budget, sometimes it's reliability, sometimes it's a customer relationship, sometimes it's their team's reputation, or sometimes it's just trust. But very rarely are people trying to make a product worse. They're usually trying to protect something that's genuinely important from where they are sitting. The moment I started asking that questions, my conversations changed. So when I look back now, none of these lessons were really about communication or relationships or stakeholders. They were all teaching me the same thing: how to understand an organization. And I don't think the biggest shift in my career was becoming a better UX designer, it was becoming a better student of organizations. And once I started understanding both, my work started creating more impact. So I'd like to leave you with one question before I close. So after more than 11 years in UX, I don't think we've neglected understanding users. If anything, I think we've become exceptionally good at it. But every day, our work also has to survive inside organizations. And I wonder, have we become equally intentional about understanding them? Because understanding a problem and creating the conditions for that problem to be solved are two different professional skills. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your time and listening to me. And if you'd like to continue the conversation, you can connect afterwards with my LinkedIn, or you can send me a mail. And maybe there's some questions I can potentially answer.
Sorry about that. I was trying to get my audio back up again. Oh, I'm fiddling. Thank you for that, Ignatius. That was a really great talk, and I think a validating comment. I think Selena says all of this is exactly what I needed to hear. So I mean that was a great talk. I love I love the way you just cut through cut through all of it like a hot knife through butter. There's no grayness. It's just black and white. This is what I understand. This is what I know. This is what how I see it and perceive it, and this is what I'd like to share with you. Um, so there's two or three questions, and if there are any more questions from anyone else, please add them to the chat. The first question is, how do you build influence in an organization when you don't have the authority or you're not in a leadership position?
I'm quite honestly, I think you don't need permission from anybody to be able to do your work better, right? So whenever you enter the organization, you can still try your best to understand that organization better. An employer is an employer. You must build yourself. So I I think just go and do it. I hope that answers it. There's no strategy. There's a lot of stuff. I see Jared Spool had a new course that he sent out. But from my perspective, start talking to people. Have a little conversation. Go for coffee. Go for coffee break. If you smoke cigarettes, go out smoke and go outside and smoke with them a cigarette. It's not all up to your employers to do that. I hope that answers your question.
I like that. I like that cigarette thing because it's so true. Eh? It's so true. There's been times in my career where I've done that. Where you know people that are smoking, and you can't get them on a meeting, but you need to have a chat with them, and you know they're going to be in the smoking corner. Um, and some of the interesting discussions are happening. Um,
Yeah.
we've got a question from Bjorn. How does the maturity or the value of UX in organizations in South Africa measure or differ in your experience versus Middle Eastern markets?
I'm smiling because I'm thinking, should I answer this question? But yeah, it's same shit, different day. It's the same kind of thing. It's the same problems. There's no difference. I think the one thing I would miss from South Africa is working with a team where you can literally butt heads and then afterwards go have a burger or a beer. And next morning it's back to business. It's like boom, boom, boom. That's my only difference. That's my only, yeah. Professionally, there's, yeah, not a lot. Same problems everywhere. All humans live across the planet. So we're all the same.
Thank you. And then we've got another one. How do you distinguish between organizational politics that can hinder progress and healthy organizational dynamics that simply require patience and alignment?
Sorry, ask again.
How do you distinguish between organizational politics that hinder progress and healthy organizational dynamics that simply require patience and alignment?
Isn't it kind of the same?
Well, I guess the one is a bit more um, well, negative versus positive, and the one speaking more to
Yep.
hindering you, and the other one speaking more to just waiting it out. I'll put in the chat.
Yeah, but again, that's just the relation. That's the trust building and stuff, right? So later on, I don't see anything as negative or positive. It's all about what are people's priorities, what are they protecting, and everything I mentioned in the talk. I don't see anything as negative or positive. It's just you can't do that. Because then what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit there and be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Who
Um,
was that question from?
I just says Q. Uh,
Maybe, who is that? Ngobile, perhaps. But anyways, send me a message on LinkedIn or somewhere. I can maybe answer that a little bit better. But for me, it's
uh,
no, man. You just go into an organization. There's going to be positives and negatives, and yeah, just talk to humans. Talk to people, not by their title. Talk to people as a human, human to human. We are UX designers, right? So understand their goals, their pain points, and everything. And then there's a lot of other people, and again, the connections those people have with each other. There's maybe they understand each other a bit more, and they have trust between them. If you come in as an outsider, it's going to be difficult. Just sit for that, man. Just read the room if you go in. Don't see
and
anything as positive or negative. Everything is positive.
uh, uh, and then we've got one more. I've got two more. Okay. Um, I'll ask Shaima's question first, and we've got another one from Jared. So Shaima's question is, what was the turning point, the actual moment where you realized that seeing yourself as a designer was a bit limiting, and seeing yourself as part of the organization changed the ways you could contribute?
It was year three. So I worked at a company called EOH. I worked under a couple of guys you would know, but I will not mention their names. So I was basically thrown into the lion's den. And then I had to sink or swim. And then I started observing people. So my family background, we come from teachers and social workers. So there's a lot of observational skills that's tied to those skills. And I myself also worked as a server, as a bartender and a waiter for 8 years. And I played in a band where I entertain people. So it's also understanding, reading the room, seeing what's happening, going with that motion. I think that was in year three. And since that day, it was, and yeah, I can go into it because I think that's in quote unquote my superpower. It's like if I go into an organization, I can very quickly distinguish between that, how professional I am around it. That's kind of questionable because sometimes people tell me you're too casual, but that's what does that mean? I'm easily approachable. I can easily dissect what is what. So yeah, I think hopefully that answers your question.
Mm,
So it's been a long time. It's literally just observations. If you sit in a meeting room or anywhere, if you're shaking somebody's hand, feel the tension of their hand on your hand. Look how they speak to other people. What facial expressions do they make? If somebody else walks in a room who's twitching or doing something weird, just constantly observing. That's one of a UX designer's best abilities, observational skills. So just hone in on that and yeah, learn more
uh,
from it.
last question, and this is from Jared. I think somewhat similar to Shaima's question, but slightly nuanced. Um,
Mm.
what skill has contributed more to your success? Becoming a better designer in the organization, or becoming better at influencing people and or relationships?
Most probably soft skills, but those soft skills I built again by being a waiter for 8 years and playing in a band for 8 years and having with that a great mentor. And I will shout out his name, Jakob van der Heeven from Sand Dollar Design. If it wasn't for him, it's yeah. Find a great mentor and just use your skill.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
everybody's the same, right? I'm much different than everybody else. It's just find somebody that can identify your strength and gravitate towards those type of people, I believe.
yeah. That was
Hope that
great.
answered
Thank
your
you.
question, buddy.
Again, I've, I'll drop Ignatius's LinkedIn. Um, if you have any questions or would like to connect with Ignatius, um, just dropping the link now in the chat. Uh, Ignatius, Iggy, thank you so much again for the black and white,
Yeah.
for the insights, for the info, for the knowledge. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you,
Um,
Iggy.
thank you, Iggy. Um,
Hi,
with
Iggy.
Hi, Iggy.
Are we going? Hey, we're calling it back right from the beginning, so we're closing it like a nice, nice and friendly. Cheers, Iggy. Thank you, everybody, again for your time. Thank you for joining UX South Africa. And
Thank
hopefully
you.
see you again.
Um, I'm going to bring on our next speaker now, um, who, Joanna. Um, and as Joanna shares the screen and joins us on screen, um, so some interesting things about Joanna, but she joins us also from Dubai, designer and researcher at Emirates. Um, some interesting things about Joanna. I mean, she is honestly, yeah. I just learned about the that she had a African pygmy hedgehog as a friend. She's an avid animal lover, a traveler. Um, she's done some improv classes. She loves the theater, and apart from all of that, has a vested interest in understanding and learning about family history and people's, well, the historical past. Um, so yeah, I think that, I mean, just some background uh, info about Joanna and the things that she enjoys. Joanna, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Um, gonna share my,
I'm just going to.
share my screen. Can everyone see that?
Can see your screen.
Great. Okay, so my presentation today is actually quite a personal story. I'm going to be talking to you about service through my ears. Um, So, a little bit about me. I have been in the industry for about 12 plus years, starting from email design, going through to UI, UX throughout the world. So, quite a varied career to date. And the past 7 years I've been at Emirates. Also, an avid traveller, but possibly most key to this point is I am a hearing aid wearer and have been since the age of 4. As it's probably quite apparent from my accent, I am not South African, but I do have a fondness for the country. And actually, my story today begins in South Africa, where during 2009, I volunteered in South Africa on a teaching project. This was during the start of my travels, and I went to this school in Cape Town, and they already had a more than capable teacher. They didn't need me to do just general like teacher admin support systems. I wanted to bring in something they would remember. So what I did have was my stories from around the world. I'd done a fair bit of travelling by this point. I bought that giant globe, as you can see, which was quite entertaining. At one point, it did actually get a puncture. So there is a photo somewhere in the distance of me at a petrol station in the middle of Cape Town getting this repaired, which I'm sure made quite a change from the usual tyre punctures. I had some resources to work with. I had paper, I had photocopier, I had pens. But something that Iggy alluded to earlier is observation. Actually, while these weren't necessarily my stakeholders, these children, they were 5 years old, so what would they be interested in? Which, for the most part, was not a lot, but they loved colouring. So something I came up with was how could I combine all of that into something that I could teach that was different, that they would enjoy and they would learn. So I actually spent each day building out worksheets for them to learn the different flags of the country, learn the different capital cities. And the one place I hadn't been to then was Antarctica. So I challenged them to use their imagination of what they believed Antarctica would look like. And I've never seen so many pictures of penguins and goodness knows what in my life, and it was wonderful to see. So I wasn't just teaching there, I designed something that they would enjoy. And I didn't really realise what that was at the moment. It was just, I was curious of what interested them. I wanted it to be something they enjoyed. I wanted it to be something that they would get out of it. And I got a lot out of that. I got a real sense of being able to open their eyes to even more, picking on things that they knew and going, well, did you know there's a tabletop mountain here, but there's also one there, and igniting their passion that and interest that way. So, a little bit about me, a bit again, I'm sorry. I can, as you can tell, I can hear to some extent. I can speak. I am very lucky in that sense that I am both in the hearing world, but also part of the deaf community. So for me, the biggest challenges I face on a day-to-day basis have got nothing to do with digital. If anything, digital makes my life easier every day. We have hearing devices that pair to Bluetooth, we have captions and subtitles, we have live transcribe, we have settings on phones that can alert to different types of sounds. It's fantastic. The world has become a lot easier with technology. But there's some parts of the world that haven't changed, and that's things around the environment that can still have an impact. If that's noise, if it's echoes, if, believe it or not, the lighting, whether I can see people to lip read them, if there's crowds because it blocks the line of sight, or if there's one conversation happening near me and there's another and you can't work out which one's going on. Those are the sort of things that can make it more challenging to get by. So I'm going to take you away from South Africa now and back to the UK. This is a little village hall in the middle of Northamptonshire. So picture a village hall, a very typical rural English town, and a group class where I went to go and try a yoga class. So I went up to the instructor and explained, look, I can't hear very well. I wear hearing aids, but don't worry, it's fine. I'll just watch people. I'll figure it out. I might be a little bit behind everyone, but I'll get there. Don't worry. I never asked her to change anything. I had my ways to adapt and work it out and accept I would probably look a bit stupid. But much to my surprise, when I turned up the following week, Rosa walked over to me with this piece of paper where she had drawn out every single position that she was going to do in that class so that I could follow by myself. Now look, this wasn't something super fancy, this wasn't polished, this was just one person deciding that actually I want this person to be able to follow this class as well, and that how I felt mattered. Now, it gets better. The following weeks, this got more and more refined. Not only did I have all the pictures, I also now had the instructions, and I also had what I couldn't necessarily pick up before is what she'd introduced at the beginning of the intention of those classes and what she was basing the whole theme around. And this became something that she would hand out to all the class, not just me. And I was part of the whole experience now, as well as everyone else. So, look, Rosa didn't have to do this. She's just scared. This is not someone who was a UX designer or was necessarily thinking about anything of this, but she did follow a design process. She observed, or in this case, listened to what I've explained. She then went away and thought, oh, I want that person to experience my class as well. And she designed for that. She then bought me that first version and tested it, essentially by me saying, yeah, I could follow that. And she iterated on that and then scaled it into something she could use for the whole class. So just that one piece of paper went from me just catching some of it. It's very, very hard to hear instructions when you're in downward dog, watching everyone else, playing catch up, feeling a little bit self-conscious, to me being able to follow along, to being confident, to if I didn't quite hear the instructions of the move, I had them there to follow myself, and actually feeling confident with it. One thing I will say is I didn't necessarily get any better at yoga, but I'll take the win that I could at least keep up with the class. So look, when it comes to things like hearing or vision, we are constantly used to having to adapt to these things. We kind of got used to the fact that the world might not necessarily work for us in that instance. But when we no longer have to, and someone has gone out their way to do that, it's something we don't forget. And just to put that into context, this first sheet I showed you is from 12 years ago. This is a yoga class I can remember from 12 years ago. So if that sort of thing can have an impact for a set of yoga classes, imagine what that would do if you scaled it up to airports and airlines. Which brings me on to my present day, the current role I do, and where that falls into it. So I work as part of the digital experience team at Emirates. My day-to-day role is actually websites, apps, self-service kiosks, anything digital. But if you think about the travel experience as a whole, it is known to amount of organisations involved, the difference in communication, the level of sound, of noise, of everything you've got to go through to get yourself from your home to checked in, to through security, to through the concourse, to the gate, to on the plane, to off the other side, everything that's involved, it does lead to significant challenges, both for the customer itself and for organisations to provide a continuity across the board. So that I've alluded to this earlier, but something I do want to put out is, people that experience the most friction actually become the experts at hiding it. We develop our own workarounds, we adapt, and organisations think the service works because people get from A to B. But what they don't necessarily realise is the customers learn to work their way through it and what works for them. And there is something around the idea of disclosure, whether you would feel comfortable to explain to an organisation if you're deaf or you're hard of hearing, whichever terminology you wish. And that does have its uses at times, but there's also an element of being quite stubborn and independent about it. So I want to touch on this idea of a workaround. So let's say you need to board the plane, you're travelling alone, you can't hear the announcements. How do you know it's time to board? So I've listed a couple of scenarios that I have asked. I've asked other travellers, which feels weird because they might not even know. You can ask a member of staff, and yet they'll come and help you, and they'll sometimes come and get you when it's time to get on the plane. That's great. If there's not necessarily staff around, you can wait and follow the crowd. You could do a bit of like head gymnastics and peer around at people's boarding passes and hope that you can read what boarding gate that or boarding group that is. You can either look to staff holding the boards, which you sometimes see, but even that comes down to whether it's in your line of sight. Or you can guess. The worst thing they can do is tell you to come back and board later. But the best solution I've seen for this is actually used by JetBlue in New York Airport, JFK, where they actually have this set of boarding system and the chronological order of the groups that are boarding displayed on their screen up above so everyone can see. There's no reliant on the announcements. There's no reliant on whether the board is held up high enough to get over people's heads. It's up there for users to see at the gate. So what happened here is I was introduced to our Office of Accessibility Inclusion at Emirates, and I told them of my experience when travelling, which, as someone who has travelled a lot, has turned into quite a lot of varied experiences. And I actually wrote a report out of them detailing what happened at each stage along the journey for me. And this sparked an idea. The people within this office, they were surprised by some of these, not because they thought they got everything right with the service, but they just didn't necessarily know. They hadn't experienced it themselves, and it was almost like I could bring a different lens to it. So this born the idea of a project initiative around travel experience for people who were deaf or hard of hearing. And the vision of this project for me was to create a travel experience where, in this case, Emirates customers who are deaf or hard of hearing feel safe, supported and confident to explore the world. This project itself consisted of various levels of research, both from the desk research, so this would be what's out there in blogs, what's published in news, what's in case studies, and what's even in academic reports. So I scoured through that for the trends, the themes, what the key pain points were, what potential opportunities there were for improvement, or ways to make this experience more inclusive, similar to that of what we saw of the boarding screen. I'm lucky enough within Emirates that we have social intelligence experts. So these are guys that work within customer research that can pull this kind of data on what our customers are saying there and then and now. It's quite interesting to compare the two. You have the stuff that's been published, that's out there for all to view, versus the conversations that are happening right now and how people who are deaf and hard of hearing are supporting each other, even by way of suggestions of how to deal with situations that they're in or how best to be confident in their travels. So I've touched on my personal account, but then also we have things like the customer feedback data. There are always complaints, but there are also compliments. If you are someone who finds this kind of situation difficult and you find yourself in a position where someone has really made a difference for you, it is something you remember. So there are examples of compliments that have come in, which is wonderful to see. Now, what I was very keen to do here was not to just go across the customer experience, but also that of what's happening for the people on the front line. They are very much aware of some of these issues, and they see it on a day-to-day basis, but also from a service delivery point of view, what are the pain points for them in terms of actually delivering this service for this kind of customer. So we had surveys from the cabin crew, staff workshops, and then also some deeper dives to go off the back of that. So from all of this, all this information feeded into then a customer journey map, profiling, the service blueprint, which the final delivery will be in the report and the recommendations. What I will touch on here is a little bit of point around social listening or social intelligence, and where the softwares like the ones that can actually pull this kind of information for you, the platforms designed for this, they are excellent at things that are text. they can scour the net and pull that kind of information for you. But what they can't necessarily do is pull from the visual. So your platforms such as your Instagram and your TikTok, they are an unbelievable wealth of information and resource. And quite interestingly enough, as people who are deaf and hard of hearing, they tend to actually take to the visual communication methods better than most. I think it's just by way of natural progression into that. So they're incredible source of insight. So if you are doing a project like this and your boss comes over and sits there, sees you sat there on TikTok or Instagram, you can say it's for Just Cause. It's a very good research place and I would highly recommend it. So something that really did come out of this, which actually surprised me, was this was incredibly therapeutic for me, because I haven't met many other deaf or hard of hearing people in my life. So for a long time I thought this was very much just me. So to see that it wasn't just me and there were also people with had similar struggles, and it was hard work for them too, was a wonderful feeling to know that I wasn't alone in this. I will touch on customer profiling. So for myself, as I explained earlier, I sort of live between the both worlds. My main form of communication is speech, but I can sign. I am a hearing aid wearer of a certain type of hearing aid that is for conductive hearing loss. And I have been I was born deaf, so it's something I've always had and not necessarily had to adapt to, just that is how I've known life. But this isn't the case for everyone. And I think it's very easy to sort of prescribe certain solutions, thinking it's going to help everyone. And that's not necessarily the case. And this is not an insult on any organisations that come up with these solutions. I think they're all very important, but it's important to imbue them in the wider context. So let's take, for example, hearing loops, which are often in airports. Most common, you'll see that they're for T loops, but that will only work for a certain type of hearing aid, and that doesn't necessarily work for every type of hearing aid someone has. So it's very easy to think that, right, here's our solution, but I think it's important to try and think of it in the wider context, and when we are thinking about customers, see it as a spectrum of need, not just pigeonholing into different sections. Similar with sign language, I've said that my main form of communication is speech. Some it might be sign, or some it could be a bit in between. So, how that all worked out in practice, as you can see from here, this became the massive piece I produced. This came something like 2 meters long when it got printed, so I definitely used up a few forests in the process of this. I mapped out the journey, both in terms of what I'm going to say the standard actions taken by a customer versus the adaptations that, in my case, a passenger who's deaf or hard of hearing might have to adapt to. We also mapped that out against the service to see at what stage who was responsible for delivering what, which in the case of a travel journey can be the airline, could be the airport, could be security, could be customs, etc., etc. So there's a lot of stakeholders involved. These became living documents, something that constantly got iterated and added to as more and more of the information came in, and plotted against the parts of the journey that it was relevant to. But what was key here was identifying reoccurring themes, whether that be in terms of the training for staff, whether that be in terms of service and operations, or whether that be from an information and communications point of view. And then from that, it turned into this idea of design the service concepts. So instead of sort of prescribing, like I said, a particular solution, we would think about it as a whole. So is it a alternative? Let's call it alternative communications, where you have something that at the moment is only in audio announcements. What's the alternative for someone who couldn't hear those audio announcements? What is the short-term thing we could do, and what are the longer terms? So you remember, just like with Rosa, she started off with a small something and built off of that, and over time that becomes a suite of things we can work with for our service. So I actually had a bit of a bigger goal with this. What I wanted it to become is a reusable framework for exploring other customer needs. So it could be, I could do it from the perspective of hearing loss, but there's lots of other customer journeys that could be based upon. And I know you're thinking, but if we did this for every single customer, it would take forever. I agree. So my idea here would be you flip this. So instead of taking each customer journey and seeing what the customer would do at each point for every single type, I want you to think of it less of like a customer and think of it as, does this part of your service, is it usable? So we have things like the digital web accessibility standards, and they help us answer things like, can someone complete the task? But we don't want someone to just complete a task. We want someone to feel confident about experiencing it. So what I've built out is for every to add in when you go across. Would the customer still be able to experience the same quality of service if one of these senses or abilities, now I'm saying take smell and taste with a pinch of salt here, but against these other ones, your hearing, your vision, what if they didn't speak the language that was there, if they're not that confident on digital or literacy or physical capability or just cognitive load, would they still experience the same quality of service? So South Africa, where I discovered that this was something that I was passionate about and I wanted people to get the most out of it, to Rosa showing me that what it felt like to be on the receiving end, to the travel experience and service design, they're the same. So it's about curiosity, it's observation, it's empathy. So people are having to adapt to our services, but really what we should be doing is finding a way to adapt our services so people no longer have to. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Jana, thank you so much for that. I want to use the word inspiring and motivating talk, but also very, very insightful talk. Yeah, the, I think from day one, you know, that I was keen to hear this talk, and I think the responses or the reactions validate that. There's many people reacting with hearts and emojis. I just want to remind everyone that if you have a question, please drop it in the chat. We do have 1 or 2 questions for you. Let me just get that. Oh yeah, here it is. In your opinion, where do organizations most commonly overlook accessibility in the broader customer journey? And let me just paste that in the chat,
Yeah.
so that you can,
Yeah.
that you, everyone else can read it as well. Compared,
So I think if I understood that, I think it was saying, where do organisations sort of overlook accessibility or focus on the wrong parts. From my experience, yeah, in the broader customer journey, from my experience, what will often happen is they will. I mean, this is rather cynical of me, and it's often not done with any malicious or ill intent, but they can quite often jump on a solution without necessarily looking into actually does this solution, does that actually solve something for our customers? Yes, it will solve for a certain number, but this problem's still going to be there. Whereas I think if you can flip it into more about thinking, what would happen if one part of this service wasn't available? How would that communicate? How would the issue be communicated to a customer? Then I think that becomes something more scalable and manageable, because then you're focusing on each sort of, shall we say, object orientated, as necessarily getting bogged down into a PR piece.
Thank you, Joe. We've got the next one from Lebo. Which industries do you think are leading or lagging when it comes to inclusive service design?
Oh, good question. Oh, do you know what? The ones that lead are usually the ones that surprise you the most. Um, I say in some ways technology. If I will say that because that has enabled me to. They are, sorry, leading, in many ways have enabled, because that is something we can very almost quickly fixed. We have very sort of set guidelines to work against that are becoming more and more legislated. Wouldn't it be fantastic if we had that for service design? Uh, there are, in elements of it, governments are very pro it. I will shout out a little bit to the UK government. They do lead a lot by way of that. But you will find that things like leading in service design that's accessible it's sort of in small pockets, as opposed to a international guidelines to follow. I don't know if that answers the question.
I think it does. I think it does. And then we've got another question from Dale. I'm just pasting it over here. I think it's supposed to be, where do you feel the biggest opportunities are for service or inclusive design in the future?
Well, I'm going to be very biased here and say travel, because I feel why should you be restricted?
Hmm.
Why should you feel that you're limited by any of that? Do you know what? I often think of hearing loss as a bit of a superpower, because selective hearing is quite literally selective. If I don't want to listen to things, sometimes I won't. So, yeah, I think that's one place. I think more and more companies even hire people with, let's say, a different view, a different way of looking at things. Now, yes, I've put the lens on it from a hearing perspective, but this is not to say that, let's take my boarding example. This is not to say that just having the text version of who's boarding when would only help me. I'm sure it would help many people. Scientifically, I think when you're tired, your ears don't work as well anyway. So that could be for many people that are up at 2 a.m. at the airport because they've got the red eye flight. So why should we not improve it for all?
Thank you. I don't see any. Let me just check. No, I don't see any more questions. I'm just going to drop Joe's LinkedIn in the chat. If if you have any more questions, reach out, connect via LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I am going to just pull up the next speaker into and just move you, Joe, back to the backstage. 1 second. Ah, okay, there we've got Liz. Our next speaker, the Dr. Lizette Spangenberg. I think so. Lizette has I think a huge professional bio because she's been doing so much over the last few years through COVID. She's really and I'm just speaking off the cuff now because yeah, she's really tried to be involved with many communities locally and internationally, trying to share knowledge and just trying to be an advocate for better in many respects. Liz is a full-on outdoors person. She was it Everest, Liz? Or
No,
Kili,
Kilimanjaro.
Kili, it was Kili. Yeah. Sorry, why did I say Everest is Kili? I mean, you're like, no, Kilimanjaro. I'm still struggling up Lion's Head. And I mean, she's gone up Kilimanjaro. She's doing the things. She's exploring. She's experiencing the world as she's trying to share knowledge. And I think when Liz said that she'd be keen to do a talk, I got very excited because I've always enjoyed the insights and the knowledge that she shared. Yeah, I'm kind of just going on a tangent now. Liz, I'm going to pause there and please ask you to continue. Over to you.
Sure thing. Thank you so much for the intro, Iggy. So, hi everyone. I'm Lizette Spangenberg. I am a researcher at Expertly Labs. So, just to give you an idea, my doctorate was in human-centered design and looking at how that can be used to improve radiology environments. So, my background is in research and healthcare, and I've also been a UX designer for many, many, many years before I very recently moved over to the pure research side of things. So that's what I'm passionate about, is research and thinking about things and seeing how we can actually get to the bottom of problems. So this talk that I'm giving today, I just want to unpack the title a little bit to make sure that we're all on the same page about what we're talking about. So we're talking about when artificial intelligence can't see you, designing against algorithmic cruelty. Now, that's quite a mouthful. So artificial intelligence, hopefully you've heard of this before. Artificial intelligence is those things that we are hearing and seeing everywhere. It is our chat GPTs, it's Gemini, it is image generation software, it is recommendation engines, it is a million other things that we don't even necessarily realize is artificial intelligence. Though I want to unpack the second part a little bit, so algorithms. Now, we as designers, BAs, product owners, whoever you might be in the audience, we don't necessarily deal with algorithms on a daily basis. So let's just make sure we're all on the same page and we talk about what is an algorithm actually. So by definition, an algorithm is a finite set of step-by-step instructions designed to solve a specific problem or complete a task. So in simple terms, you can think of this as, if this happens, then this should happen. I'm sure you've all heard of for loops, of if loops, those kinds of things. It's a very straightforward algorithm and it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with artificial intelligence or machine learning. Now, some of you might have heard the term machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. So all machine learning is artificial intelligence, but not necessarily all artificial intelligence is machine learning. So I'm not going to get too deep into that. Just know that if you hear the term machine learning, it has something to do with AI, but it is a specific section of it that means that it is something that is programmed to learn. So it's a mathematical logic and computational procedure that allows an artificial intelligence system to identify patterns in data, learn from examples, and make predictions without being explicitly programmed. Now, this relates very much to what I was saying about it can learn things, it can interpret things, it can extrapolate patterns, etc. This does not mean that it has human intelligence. It does not mean that it's going to take your job because it can outthink you. It just means that it's very good at finding patterns and recognizing how things work. Okay, so that's the theory part of our lesson done, I promise. No more long explanations. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page when we're talking. So when I'm talking about algorithms in this talk specifically, I'm going to be talking about machine learning algorithms. So not just plain, simple, straightforward mathematical algorithms or programming algorithms, but machine learning algorithms that actually start to use data in new and interesting ways. So first up, I want to use an example that I think most of us are familiar with, Spotify Wrapped. I don't know about you, but every year I'm always very excited to see what my Spotify Wrapped for the year actually shows, because it can, oh, sorry, my phone is trying to connect to my laptop. Let's see. Can you not see my screen, Iggy? Sorry.
No, Liz.
Oh my goodness, okay. I'm so sorry. Here I'm going on about my nice slides that I'm presenting, and meanwhile you guys can't even see them. So let's try that again.
Okay. We could see you. Can see you. Could see the screen, but just not any slides.
Okay, can you see it now?
Can everybody see it now?
Sorry about that. So
Seeing
if
it.
you look there, I had a nice slide so that you can actually read the definitions that I was talking about. So feel free to take a screenshot, go and read this in your own time. If you just want some more clarity about algorithms and machine learning algorithms. But next up, thank you for warning me, Iggy, otherwise this would have been a very boring talk. We're going to be looking at Spotify Wrapped. So something that I think we're all familiar with, and I don't know about you, every year I look forward to seeing my Spotify Wrapped. It gives you an overview of the things that you've listened to this year in Spotify, and it gives you an idea of how much time you've spent listening to which artists, what have been your most popular songs, etc., etc. And it's always quite interesting and exciting to see what those are. So a few years ago, one of the trends that was popping up everywhere is a lot of people were being told that they had pink Pilates princess phases during their listening history. And a lot of people went like, oh, this is fun, this is exciting. And the artists that were generally associated with this was Lady Gaga, Lana Del Rey, Chappell Roan, Taylor Swift, of course. And you'll see at the top there, this person says, every year Spotify finds new and interesting creative ways to call me gay. So that's an interesting take. And the strange thing is, this is not by any means the only person who interpreted it this way. So you'll see it says, Pink Pilates Princess Catwalk, just call me gay, please. The Pink Pilates Princess in question, I just want to be addressed as a Pink Pilates Princess from now on. And then the last one, gets a bit jarring and it says, I think Spotify Wrapped just called me a slur. So I'm sure it was a comment made in jest, but you can easily see how this can make someone sit back and go, wait, what? Why is Spotify calling me this? A lot of articles jumped on this, and they even websites went so far to say that if Spotify Rap called you a pink Pilates princess, you're probably gay. Now, imagine you're someone sitting there looking through your Spotify Wrapped. Maybe you're watching it with friends, maybe you're watching it alone, and suddenly this thing comes up and it's being associated with being gay. Maybe you're closeted, maybe you haven't explored that part of yourself yet. So, this can be something that's a little bit jarring and uncomfortable. So, people started making comments about it to say, but did he, get called a pink Pilates princess on Spotify Wrapped, implying that this person might be gay and they might not realize it or might not be out about it? Or someone said, I just saw one of my straight friends get called a pink Pilates princess on their Spotify Wrapped, meaning they don't think they're really gay, really straight. Now, this can very easily cause a lot of discomfort and a lot of uncomfortable feelings for something that is actually quite personal. So it's very quick to go from something very lighthearted and playful to something that's actually quite jarring and uncomfortable and uncertain of how to actually deal with this scenario. So moving on to our next example, which is something that I personally experienced. Many, many years ago, I was in a Facebook official relationship. And when we reached the 3-year mark of being in this Facebook official relationship, I started getting ads for engagement rings because, 3 years is apparently when Facebook thinks you should be getting married. A while after that, when we broke up and I was single again, these are screenshots of the targeted ads that I received for Old Cat Lady and Cat Lady Land. I screenshotted them because I was so shocked and surprised. And don't get me wrong, I am by all means a cat lady. I love cats, obsessed with cats. But that's still not something you want to see when you're recently out of a breakup. It was very jarring and very uncomfortable, and it made me feel that Facebook was taking advantage of this. Although I'm sure it wasn't intended maliciously, you can't just say, women over a certain age that are single, show them this ad. You need to think of the repercussions of that. Another light-hearted and silly example, this poor lady, go and look her up and look this video up on TikTok if you have a chance. It's quite hilarious. She talks about the fact that she had a virtual appointment with her doctor to determine if she had hemorrhoids or not. And the doctor told her, just take some photos and email it to me. She went, you want me to do what now? The doctor said, don't worry, no one's even going to know it's you. We see this kind of thing all the time. She's like, okay then. So she took the photos, she sent it to the doctor, finished her consult. And a few weeks later, Apple Photos decided to remind her, hey, remember on this day, you took the following photos. So she suddenly got a bunch of photos of her hemorrhoids, uncropped and live photos that were just suddenly playing on her phone to remind her of this day that she took all these photos. So again, the algorithm meant well, because I'm sure you've seen this on your phones. You get reminders of, you went to this birthday party, or you went to the park on this day. Those can be fun. Seeing photos of your hemorrhoids may be a little bit less fun. Which brings us to our last example for now. So in 2014, a man called Eric Meyer received this notification on his Facebook feed. Now, in 2014, Facebook didn't have the ability to allow you lots of different interactions. You could only like photos. There was no way to celebrate or to show care or to differentiate what kind of interaction you were giving. You could only thumbs up and like. So for this photo, he saw this and he burst into tears because Facebook decided, oh, we're going to show you your year-end review. And he had seen friends of his sharing their year-end review, their most liked photo. For some of them, it was a birthday party. For some of them, it was a wedding. For some of them, it was a graduation. For him, his most liked photo that year was of his daughter who had passed away. And this was incredibly jarring to open up his Facebook and see this post with all the little celebration banners, the little people dancing, and the photo of his daughter who had passed away. And he coined the term inadvertent algorithmic cruelty. The idea that this algorithm had done exactly what it was supposed to do. It took his most liked photo and it surfaced it to him. But no one had ever stopped to think that maybe your most liked photo isn't a memory you want to relive. People then started sharing stories about the fact that their most liked photo had been of their house burning down, and similar things where it was a tragedy. 2 years later, in 2016, Facebook did introduce the ability to differentiate between different kinds of interactions. Don't know if it was in response to this or if they even saw this, but they eventually realized that people were using likes not just to show, yay, we actually like this, but to show support, to show they cared, to show they're shocked or surprised. And they allowed the ability to differentiate between this. So, what do all of these examples actually have in common? It's the fact that the algorithm was functioning exactly as intended for every single one of these. It never went wrong. It never did something it wasn't supposed to. It worked exactly as it was supposed to. But yet, at the same time, each of these introduced the idea of inadvertent algorithmic cruelty, where it caused discomfort, it caused something that wasn't a happy feeling, and it didn't consider the human side. So harm doesn't only come from biased data, it can enter through what we optimize for and through the way that we present for an imperfect system to users. So at this point, you might be thinking, but Liz, we're designers and we're researchers and we're BAs and we're product owners. We don't write the code, we don't write the algorithms. What can we actually do about this? Which is fair. So let's have a little bit of a look at how software is actually structured. So if we look at our software stack, right at the bottom, we have our data layer. Then on top of that, we have a logic layer, and then we have an interface layer. So UX design generally plays between the logic layer and the interface layer. And that's sort of where our home is. Like I say, we don't write the code. We're not data scientists. But those are also the three different places where harm can enter. And we need to consider that, and we need to think about how we can mitigate that harm. So on the data layer, we need to think about who is represented, who is missing, and what biases are embedded in the data. In the logic layer, we need to think about what has the system been told to optimize for. It's very easy to optimize for one thing and completely forget the human side of things. Then lastly, on the interface layer, we need to think about how confidently do we present something that could potentially be wrong. And I'll show you an example in a bit where that can potentially happen. And we can think a bit about how we mitigate that. So what can, the UX gap. In many AI projects, the data scientists build the model, engineers build the product, and then the end users validate the outputs. So UX often, if you're in a not so great situation, you might only get involved in the interface layer. Ideally, you want to be involved in the logic layer already, but that doesn't always happen. And that harm originates upstream. So we need to think about how we can introduce ourselves in different layers to actually help mitigate the harm that can potentially be caused. So what can UX actually do? So first of all, we need to think about who does this work the worst for? So who is missing, who's underrepresented, who's vulnerable, who's disproportionately affected when the system gets something wrong? you need to actually sit and think about all these uncomfortable questions that often people don't want to think about. They don't want the answers to this because it might mean that there's a flaw in the product that needs to be reconsidered. You also need to think about what happens when the system is wrong. So, not if it is wrong, but what are the consequences if it is wrong? And how can the user recover? What mechanisms can you give them to actually solve and get out of the situation where they are, where it's presenting information to them that might not be correct? And then lastly, what are we optimizing for and at whose expense? So, what behavior is the system incentivized to produce, and who bears the cost for that optimization? Like I said, it's very easy to optimize something and to forget the humans in this. Now, a way to actually think about this, some of you might be familiar with the series Black Mirror. It's on Netflix. It's been running since, I want to say, 2017, 2018. They have a couple of different seasons, and it generally goes, the themes are generally around technology and people and how things go wrong. So it's very dystopian and very much uses technology in some horrific ways and generally ends very badly. But the idea is this Black Mirror test. It's a speculative design method where teams intentionally brainstorm the most dystopian, abusive, or harmful ways that your product could be used in order to identify and prevent ethical, social, or safety issues. So basically, if this behavior that your app or your website or your product wants to happen, if it becomes more frequent, more automated, or more extreme, would it still feel humane? So try and think of the worst case scenarios, think of how it can be abused, and then try and solve for that and design against that. So next, I want to move on to a case study. I'm sure some of you have seen this kind of interaction before. I'm not focusing on any specific app here, but the idea of a face scan. So this is something that some insurance companies use, some healthcare companies use. And the idea is you take your regular cell phone, you scan your face for 30 seconds, and it gives you a whole bunch of metrics related to your health. Now, the different kinds of, so the technology that it uses, I cannot pronounce that word, but it is, shorthand is RPPG. It uses light frequency to interpret certain data. And things that it can verifiably measure is something like your pulse rate. So it looks at your face and it actually can detect the tiny twitches that your heart rate is creating. And like I say, it uses light wave technology from your camera to measure that, your heart rate variability and your breathing rate. So your nostril flares, it can measure how many breaths you're taking per minute. Then there's also a bunch of inferred or derived metrics that it can also display to you, such as your blood pressure, your mental stress index, your waist to height ratio, mental well-being score, physiological score, and it generally gives you a general wellness score. Now, this is all good and well. I have my own concerns with the accuracy of some of these products. I used one of them once. By looking at my face, it told me what my waist circumference was. It was off by about 20 centimeters. It said I was a lot larger than I actually am. For those of you who measure or are used to measuring your bodies, you'll know that 20 centimeters around your waist is quite a big difference. So I am apparently a lot skinnier than my face looks. So we tested one of these apps at a company that I worked at, and my colleague, who was our QA tester, was testing it, and she couldn't get any of these metrics. And she ran into an issue that we hadn't even considered for this app or for this kind of thing. And the simple answer was she's Black. So it couldn't see her face, it couldn't give her metrics because it couldn't recognize her. And it was quite jarring to realize this. So you'll see on the left-hand side, it said measurement measurement cancelled. There was an error analyzing your results. Please try again. And on the right-hand side, the scan is supposed to take 30 seconds. You'll see there it's on 1 minute and 13 seconds. It simply cannot detect her face. And this was very jarring and very upsetting for her because this technology, which had come from Canada, it simply didn't recognize her and it didn't recognize her face. And we realized that it actually couldn't pick up any of our co-workers who didn't have white or light skin. And it was very frustrating. So we had to explore other options. So this is not a new phenomenon and it's not unique to this product, unfortunately. So I'm going to show you a very short clip of another doctor who has experimented with a few different kinds of face scan technologies and the issues that she ran into.
The system I was using worked well on my lighter skinned friend's face, but when it came to detecting my face, it didn't do so well until I put on a white mask.
Now that's quite jarring. You wouldn't want to think that that can actually happen. And this was something that had nothing to do with the face scan app. It was just face recognition technology. But this happens in many different places. And the reason for it, the best reason that we could determine is because the technology that we were using originated in Canada, the data set that they had trained it on did not include enough people of color. It didn't include enough black faces and different skin tones. So nowadays, there are quite a few of these face scan apps. This one, Shen AI, for instance, they advertise very widely the fact that they can cater for different kinds of skin colors and skin types, which is fantastic because everyone should have the chance to actually be considered. Now, something that we spoke about earlier, the accuracy of these metrics, and the fact that often we only have the opportunity to get involved at the interface layer. These are just some of the warnings that I've managed to collect for some of these face scan apps, where they tell you, oh, it's for investigational use only. Metrics might not be accurate. It's not a medical device because it's a cell phone. It's not FDA approved, etc. And this is their way of mitigating harm to say, oh, the metrics might be completely wrong, but right at the bottom of the page, we kind of told you they might be completely wrong, so we're safe. And the question becomes, is this good enough? Is it good enough to have a biased AI and biased algorithms that could be completely wrong and you're showing people data that affects their health and you're trying to mitigate this with a quick little disclaimer? I would say that it isn't. It's not good enough. If your product has the potential to cause harm, you have a responsibility to actually not put that product out there, which is a whole talk I can give on its own, but I won't because I know I'm over time. So next we're going to move on to accuracy versus equity. So the things that algorithms care about and that algorithms want to optimize for, because remember, algorithms don't have wants and needs of their own. They only have what they're programmed to do. So they want average performance. They want to optimize that performance. They want statistical accuracy and they want dataset patterns. They love pattern matching. So if you ever have large quantities of data, especially in UX research, chat algorithms are incredibly good at finding patterns. For instance, between participant interviews, very good at finding those patterns that you yourself might not necessarily find. But on the other hand, what people need is you want fairness, you want context, and you want representation. So bear in mind that these two are not necessarily aligned. And we as people need to stop and think how we can actually bring those things into what algorithms are looking for. So designers have a responsibility. So we need to anticipate harm. We need to ask who could be excluded, who could be misclassified, manipulated, surveyed, humiliated, or denied an opportunity even, including people absent from the room that are being spoken about. We need to challenge the objective. So a system can optimize its metric while harming people. Designers should question what is being optimized, what is defined as success, and what the metric ignores. We also need to design for human dignity. People should not be required, people should not be scores or categories without meaningful context, especially in healthcare, employment, education, policing, credit, and public services. We need to make uncertainty visible. So AI outputs should not appear more authoritative than they are. The interfaces should communicate how confident they are in the results that they are actually providing. They should provide what their limitations are, what the data gaps are, and whether human review is actually available. And then lastly, we need to preserve agency and recourse. So people need to understandable ways to decline, correct data, contest decisions, appeal outcomes, and actually be able to reach and speak to a human. This is an incredibly important thing that people often forget and leave out. Is you need the ability to just talk to a human being that can help you. I'm sure that you found yourself in a situation where you're locked into a loop talking to an AI, and it's super frustrating. So lastly, I'd like to show you a quick video. This was shown during the Super Bowl, I believe it was earlier this year. And this goes from AI not being able to see you to perhaps AI seeing you a little bit too much.
This is Milo. Pets are family. But every year, 10 million go missing. And the way we look for them hasn't changed in years. Until now. One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs. Since launch, more than a dog a day has been reunited with their family. Be a hero in your neighborhood with Search Party. Available to everyone for free right now. Join the neighborhood at ring.com.
So what a lovely thought. You can find your pet. We all love our pets. I'm sure you can also start thinking about the fact of exactly how badly this can go wrong. People immediately started creating a lot of backlash to do with surveillance, mass surveillance, the possibility of being watched all the time, the possibility of tracking dissidents, political dissidents. And then the most jarring comment that I found was, hey, Ring, help me find my dog that my estranged ex, who has been hiding from me out of fear, walks every day. A very heartwarming ad and idea can go very dystopian and very scary very, very quickly. And it's our responsibility as designers to help mitigate that. So thank you very much. That is me. Any questions?
Rosette, thank you so much for that great and insightful talk. Lots of positive emotions and emojis. Just checking the questions. Okay, we've got one here from, let me just check. Okay. If an AI system causes harm despite working exactly as designed, where does the responsibility ultimately lie? For example, data, the algorithm, designers, organization, etc.
I think it's very hard because obviously anything that gets published and released has multiple failure points from the person who came up with the idea through to the CEO of the company. But I would like to think that ultimately the responsibility lies with the company and therefore the CEO of that company because they are the representation of that. So it's easy to say, oh, but the designers missed this. Oh, but the devs missed this. Oh, but, you know, someone missed this. But the person who's ultimately responsible for it, the person who is ultimately I'd say the CEO is ultimately responsible for it, and they rely on their team to make informed and intelligent decisions. So it's not enough to say, but oh, everyone else missed it too. It lies with each person. But ultimately, it lies with the person who represents the company. So it's a hard one because it doesn't lie with a single person, but if it gets to the point like that ad where the CEO is the person who was walking his dog there, and he's very proudly advertising this thing and saying how amazing it is, how have you not thought about the fact that this thing can so easily be used for such bad things? It was withdrawn almost immediately after the Super Bowl because they received such incredible backlash from it, because people were terrified about the potential misuse of it, which somehow the company hadn't thought about. Or maybe they did think about it and they thought that they could slip it past people. I don't know.
Wow. Thank you. We've got a few questions in the comments. The first one this one from Shaima. Is there any example that you've come into contact with that has implemented guardrails for their AI products? Well, that's done it well.
Sure. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any right now, but I do know there are quite a few companies that do take AI ethics in AI very seriously. Sorry, off the top of my head, I can't think of any right now, but I do think it is something that is being spoken about more and more. And so at any conference, you'll usually see a talk about ethics in AI. And although it might seem like a topic that gets over spoken about, I think there's still way too many unethical AI practices out there, that it's necessary to keep talking about it. So, and hopefully to actually establish, specific patterns that people need to adhere to. So there are still many companies and think tanks and so on who are trying to establish guardrails in general that people should be using. And I think even South Africa, we as a government, as a country, we launched a document a while ago for the responsible use of AI. Now, the irony being the document was written by AI and it was very quickly caught out and lambasted because they were sources quoted that don't exist. So someone wrote the document for how to use AI responsibly with AI and didn't double check it. That's a whole other story on its own. But so it is something that people are thinking about, and people at a government level are trying to regulate and trying to think about how do we actually do this responsibly. So in short, no, I can't think of any right now, but there are some companies who are getting it right. Far more, though, that are not getting it right and are not considering it thoroughly yet.
Okay. Thank you. I hope that helps Shaima. We've got another question from Bjorn. Can we confirm that skewed performance, statistical inaccuracy, and biased dataset patterns have anything, if not everything, to do with how AI is used to impact users in good, negative, and also fatal ways? Where is the human guardrail?
Yeah. So I'd say yes, definitely. There's definitely skewed data sets that have influenced people in terrible ways. There's a study that came out in 2017, I believe, where they found in America that they were using an AI model to predict the healthcare costs, what healthcare costs should be spent on different kinds of people. And what this study found is that disproportionately Black people were not given the same spend as white people because historically the Black people had received less care. So it was basing future behavior on past behavior, and they had not anticipated how skewed the data would actually be. So inaccurate data, incomplete data. There's also examples of sentencing models where they used AI sentencing models for court cases, where they looked at how they would give the AI the court case and tell them this is the situation, what do you recommend the sentencing should be? And it time and time again, it recommended that Black people should serve longer sentences for the exact same crimes. And again, it was because it was based on historical data, which had been biased. So it's so important to make sure that you get good data and data that is not biased and is not not biased and not disproportionately affecting people, because that is what you're training it on and that's what it's going to give you. So it's that saying of rubbish in, rubbish out. So you need to be very careful about what you train machine learning models on, because that's what you're going to get back.
Wow. Thank
So
you.
the human guardrail in that is we as humans need to make sure that the data sets that we feed it are actually complete and that they are fair. So, I mean, even as designers, we need to ask those questions about where's this data coming from? Who is it learning from? What new data is it getting in? How did we decide this? So even though we're not writing the algorithms, we need to think of the people and we need to ask those difficult questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz. We don't have any more questions, but if you would like to connect with Liz, I've dropped a LinkedIn details in the chat. Liz, again, thank you so much for another great talk. Um, I'm just going to welcome the next speaker onto the stage, and then just move Liz. Our next speaker, as I bring you onto the stage and starts to share his slides. Tomislav Kozasinski.
Hi, Iggy. Hello.
A
How are we doing, my
product-
friend?
Well, I'm good. Yeah, lots of energy. The talks, the talks are giving me lots of energy. It's like a Red Bull, yeah.
Good. Good. Yeah, I've been following. We should definitely have a roundtable discussion at some point. But I wanted to jump in so many of those talks and just shout yes, and we need definitely a roundtable at some point.
Yeah, no, we it would be great. But like you know, Tom, we also want to get you in South Africa.
Oh, my pleasure. I would like to.
And I'm gonna do a quick introduction for you, and then I just want to mention something for all the attendees. So Tom is, I like saying his full name, and Thomas Love is a product design consultant. He's a founder. He's a specialist in many respects, but one of his passions is comedy. He's a stand-up comedian. He's been building products for several years, better part of 2 decades. He's been around the world. He's worked from South Africa, Siberia. He's worked all over. He's currently based in London. He's Croatian and very familiar with the places where Game of Thrones was shot, um, and often when he's in Croatia, climbs and hikes and traverses those areas. Um, but the thing that I'm kind of why I'm rambling through this is because one of the most memorable talks of UX South Africa, which is still spoken about to this day, was done by Tomislav in Josie, and the title of that was NSFW UX. And I mean, these guys run up to the stage in their kilts, and they just moon the audience, and that's how their talk started. Um, and then it's a great talk. I would love to revisit that whole talk, and I would love to bring that talk back. I don't mind you even running up in a kilt again. Um, so Tom, over to you.
Thank you for the intro, Iggy. I appreciate the kind words. I'm not going to be mooning the audience today because I'm afraid people are going to screenshot something. So let's avoid that. Maybe if we come down back to South Africa, we can arrange some mooning. Before I jump in, I just want to say that the previous talk that Izzy just gave is a really good introduction and very good explanation of what I want to talk about, which is basically that UX designers and UX in general has become too polite to be useful. And as designers, we are in these conversations, and all of these problems happen because people stay quiet for far too long when they know there's a problem and they just don't speak up. And then we hit a wall and then shit happens. So I'm going to dive right in. I want to tell the audience I have the chat open here on the side. So if you have anything to say mid conversation, mid presentation, please do so. I know we are all running over a little bit, so I'll try to be fast and make up for the lost time and give some space for the Q&A at the end if anyone has any questions. So having said that, welcome. My name is Tom. Iggy told you all of the funny bits, unimportant bits are that I've been doing stand-up comedy and design for the better more than 20 years now, and there are some things that are pissing me off, to be honest, and this is why I want to give this talk. So this talk is about UX and UX being too polite, and it has nothing to do with AI. Wow, talk today, 2026, nothing to do with AI, maybe a little bit AI, but not in a way that it's being really done in the last year or so. So by now you've probably heard a couple of AI talks, not just today, but in this year, AI in research, AI in prototyping, AI in design, in workflow, in handoff, in breakfast, in dinner, in cooking, in weightlifting. Everything is now AI powered. My trash bin is going to be AI powered in a couple of years, I'm pretty sure. And I want to talk about something that has nothing to do with AI, but what we do here affects world and AI. So we are talking about politeness. So no agents, no prompts, no workflows. Just a problem that is older than all of these things, and it's a problem that AI is currently helping you have faster. And it's the most expensive problems a lot of companies have, and it's not on any roadmap, and it's not in any retro or in KPI. And the thing is, it is our politeness and too much of it. I'm not talking about kindness. Kindness is fine. I'm a very kind person, and it's not respect. I think respect is mandatory. I mean the politeness that makes smart people nod along to bad ideas, and the politeness that turns an obvious problem into a workshop, and then that politeness lets a company spend 6 months building something everyone privately know it's complete and utter bullshit, and it's going to end up a problem later. So here's the whole talk in one sentence. Most bad products are not born from stupidity, they are born from silence. Everything I say for the next 10-15 minutes is just going to be a bit of evidence for you guys. So I'm sure you will recognize this, that nobody says this is a bad idea. Everybody says, interesting. Nobody says we disagree. We say we need alignment. And research gets commissioned after a decision has been made to keep it, and so on, so on, so on. So the thing is that a lot of research also happens just to validate what has already been decided. And I'm sure that you sat through meetings and research exactly like this. And yeah, bad ideas survive because killing them is awkward. And we've built a whole vocabulary around it. Let's double click on this and take it offline, and let's park it and put a pin in it, circle back, touch base, loop you in, socialize the idea. We don't want to boil the ocean here. Let's grab the low-hanging fruit and a quick win aligned with our North Star once we have the bandwidth. None of these sentences have ever produced a product. Count how many of them you just heard in the past month, and I hope you didn't say much of them. And one of the favorite words that I have is no. I like no. So also, one of my favorite, I'm sorry, but. Think about, think about that sentence. If you are sorry, why are you saying it? I really am annoyed when somebody starts a sentence with, I'm sorry, but. Either you are not sorry, because if you were sorry, you wouldn't be saying it, or you're lying to me before you even made your point. So we've built an entire dialect around not saying things while saying them, right? So, and it's not just the words, it's the calendar, meetings that could have been an email, emails that became a thread, and threads that became a recap, and recaps that schedule a follow-up, a Slack ping every 30 seconds if you saw the previous ping. Entire workday of circling back and nobody ever lands. A lot of modern product work is not collaboration. It's conflict avoidance with better stationery. And it costs us a lot. And I want to tell you a quick story about one of the previous companies I worked with is about renting a long-term accommodation. And the product is very simple. You find what you want, you shortlist it, you pay for it, you move in, done, right? So we had some new people join in, and new people come in and bring ideas, and it's fine, and ideas are cheap, and this is good, and not disagreeing with ideas that are stupid is the expensive part, right? The idea was that we build a new type of user, which would be a parent of a person, mother or father, whatever, who would then shortlist the accommodation they can afford. So we need to do a major backend work because we don't have this type of an account in our database. And then they would build a short list of things that they can afford and then share it with their child. And then the child, who is an 18, 19, like a student and legal adult with a computer, know how to use it, they would decide, right? So quick money on this is we have one completely new user type, and the user type brings zero revenue, right? No money, changes direction, needle doesn't push forward, new user logs in, shares the list, and then does nothing for the rest of their lifetime on the platform. And sharing a short list between two accounts existed before, between two student accounts, and the solution to do this costs nothing, including sharing your password with your mom, and then that's it. We don't need to do this major overhaul to do something that doesn't push the P&L sheet at all, right? So this is the part that usually worries me. It's the meetings were already happening, backend was being scoped, and nobody asked anything. So I was in one of those meetings where I asked a question like, how does this feature make us money, right? How does this feature make us money? Like, it's a cool feature. We're going to make a cool design. Designer's going to scope it. We're going to pull some mock-up. Like, cool. How do we make money? Like, nothing. No answer. Like, well, actually, we're just making our users easier. Like cool. But, like, it already works, right? So the idea itself is not a failure. Every company, every meeting, we all generate ideas. The failure is that a room full of professionals sat through multiple meetings and nobody asks a question, how does this actually make money, right? So, and it gets more expensive. I had a situation where a sales guy, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to be familiar with this, sales guy sold a feature that we don't have to onboard a client. Where did I have heard before, right? So to not bore you with the details, it was a very specific type of tax on an invoice. And the prospective client said, like, we currently don't have that. We don't do that. So what the sales guy heard, oh, they don't do that, so we're going to do it for them. We're going to onboard a client. So this entire sentence of, oh, we don't do that, traveled from sales through product, through some roadmap grooming and whatever, and it landed with design and engineering, and it ended up being built. Nobody asked a question. Everybody asked wrong questions. Everybody did, oh, how do we do this? And how do we build this feature? But nobody asked, is this feature actually needed? Because it came from the sales guy who said, like, this is what we need in order for them to be our client. So here's the bill. We built a new chunk of backend. There was a lot of complicated tax mathematics, and this is me, a designer, not a math genius. I can't tell you what it actually was in math, but it was a lot of math. The guys spent days on it, but it wasn't like clicking a checkbox. It was a lot of work, new features, new UI, The entire reporting that needed to calculate that accent got built, and then like 2 months of one full team doing the thing, full team, and it ended up with them saying, "Oh, we just noted on the invoice. Our accounting does that for us." So they didn't even need the feature. They just said they don't do it because they have accountants doing it for them, and they never became a client. So we made the wrong decision because nobody asked a follow-up question. So if nobody is allowed to ask whether the idea is real, the market will answer later and it charges more, which means we spent 2 months of full salaries and a lot of people on this. And I know why nobody asks, because people are afraid, the question is stupid, everybody is afraid that everybody in the room understands something that they don't. And I'm going to save you lots of years of therapy. They don't. Everybody's equally stupid in the room, including me. Half of the room has the same question, and the other half never even thought about it. And nobody's saying anything. So here's the sentence that costs you nothing. I am probably missing something. Walk me through how this makes us money. This is the thing that if you're missing something, you're just learning. If you were not, the room just did. 10 seconds, either way, it pays, right? So a phrase that we all use, and I really, really don't like, is the uncomfortable truth. And I mean that in the workspace arena. Think about the fact that we need a phrase, that these phrases work. This is the diagnosis right there, right? Because the truth doesn't have feelings. Truth is just what it is. And if you run a business, and like I do, and we do UX discovery about our own product and our own services and our own clients, and if the truth makes you uncomfortable, then the discovery is not a problem. You are. Right? Like I've seen presentations where like, oh, we've discovered some uncomfortable truths about our clients where they're like blah 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 blah. Companies don't have a UX problem. They have a leadership problem that reaches the users through the interface. So when the findings land on your desk, and your first instinct as a designer is to soften them, to present them to the leadership, you have to understand what is happening. Because you're not faced with a problem, you have a meeting with the problem, right? So the leadership is not hearing the uncomfortable truth; they're being one, right? So, how do you say the true thing without getting fired? And this comes from someone who actually was fired once from a contract for saying two things. So, the real question is, how do you deliver the message? And I spent years doing stand-up comedy, and this is where I learned it, because stand-up comedy is very fast. Strangers in an audience will immediately tell you if your joke is funny or not. They are not sugarcoating it. Audience is very brutal, right? So it's either they laugh or they don't, right? On stage, feedback is brutally quick. There are two responses. They laugh, or there's or the worst maybe would be they boo you off stage. Then if they boo you and throw things and leave, then you're really fucking it up. But usually silence is audience being polite. Now in meetings, nobody will boo you in a meeting. People don't even go silent. They will say, interesting. Interesting is silence. If your idea ever gets interesting, or we have to think about it, it's same as a comedian dying on stage. And nobody just told you. And coming from an Eastern Europe where we are very blunt, very direct, it took me a long time to understand the Western business doublespeak, where people say, oh yeah, really, I like that. It means they don't. Once it happened to me, I was ordering lunch for my team, and I asked one of the guys, hey, do you want pizza? And he said, I'm all right for that. I'm all right for that. In my brain, it translates, oh, yes. Like, he's all right for that. He's all right for that. Cool. So I ordered him a pizza, and then he said, well, I told you no. You did not tell me no. You told me you're all right for pizza. So this is where I had to learn that people, especially Western businesses, what they say and what they mean are usually vastly different things. How am I on time? Okay, I'm good on time. Cool. We still have some ways to go. I don't see any questions in chat. Is everybody here present? Am I rambling too fast? Are we on point? Say something. Somebody write something in chat so I know you're alive. Candid and colorful, alive. Yes, something cool. Okay, we're here. Good. This is what I want to hear. You're here with me, suffering through this heat, at least here in London. So let's, hello world, cool. All right, let's press on. So what happens when you are met with silence, right? I usually go first, and I'm not afraid of owning my mistakes, especially because I've shipped so many train wrecks in my career that I will always say so, because it gives me leverage to tell people like, hey, this is a mistake. It happened then and there, and this is what we're going to avoid. And saying that you did mistakes, because we all did mistakes, gives you the leverage, right? Your past mistakes are not something to hide. They are the receipts that you prove you've actually built things. And if you believe you have never made any mistakes or you have nothing to admit, you are not willing to admit that this is not a job for you, right? We all made mistakes. And people who never made mistakes, I avoid them as a matter of principle. So, one of the things that comedians do is we will check out our things regularly. Weekly, not weekly, sometimes monthly. But here's the thing. Sometimes I will write a joke that I think is hilarious, and the guys in backstage laughed, and then I will say it on stage, and silent, nothing happens. And I say it on another stage, and then nothing. Basically, sometimes just because it feels funny to our sick and perverted minds in the backstage doesn't mean that audience finds it funny. So we need to cut some of the things out. The same thing is to ask your either potential clients or potential employers or people you work with is, when was the last time you removed a feature? Everybody's always building new features, building new stuff, adding stuff, and then we are maintaining the stuff. How many times you've worked with someone who never removed a feature? And I'm going to bet it's 95% of companies, because it's always, everything stays there. And if they say never, you're not looking at a product, you're looking at a museum of decisions nobody was allowed to question, right? So, how does honesty look like when it actually works? So, here's an example. I worked with a company that one of the things that we're doing was producing a lot of custom data reports. A bunch of data reports based on a lot of data in the housing market. 30 locations, 4 reports here, so 1 quarterly plus a big annual report given away for free as one of those like lead magnet, honeypot, whatever. So around 150 reports a year, give or take. In-house, we had 2 designers, a fuckload of developers, and a 30,000 pounds for a year for a template. An online tool was suggested that we use, right? So 30,000 pounds a year for a company that offered a solution where the people that are selling those templates, who were in like sales and marketing, would use this tool to build their PDFs, and then they would have this nice produced PDFs with data. And it just, I overheard those conversations. I heard that 30,000. One of the guys actually complained. So like, why are we going to be paying for this, right? So here's what I did. And I don't want to sound like this is a method. This is just me being a jerk in the office. But basically, step 0 is I placed myself in conversations. I was not invited to. As a design lead, I was uninvited, and I sat down in a meeting anyway. And this is the step 0 that most people never take, because people feel like, oh, I was invited. I don't know if it's my place. Should I say something? And then they are watching from the sideline while the bad decisions are happening. If you know for a fact that a bad decision is going to happen, it's your job to say so, to name it, because the alternative is much more expensive. So, and then you frame it. It's not a procurement decision. This is a build versus buy decision. And one side has a pitch deck, whatever. We have the skills, right? So we know how to do this, because 30,000 pounds a year times 5 years, you're going to pay this off tenfold with the team you have in house who can build the thing, have time to build the thing, know how to build the thing, and can build it exactly to spec to what we need, right? So we have everything, we have it, and then basically when forced to choice. This sounds like I'm not forcing a choice. It's more like presenting a only viable option, and they chose, and we built it. And this was way before AI. So today this would be built in a weekend. Back then it took us a month, but it was great. And fortunately enough, we have one of the founders who was really good with a P&L sheet, and he understood that what we're doing here is going to save us money long term. So I want you to notice what I didn't do. I did not object. Objection is a mood, and I'm not a moody person. I converted discomfort into a decision with a price tag and a deadline. And this is the entire method. As a designer, especially as a product designer, we need to understand not just our chunk of the product, but the entire business, and how business makes money, how business spends money, where decisions are made, and where can we solve problems by doing product work. Right? And if your honesty does not end in a decision, then it's not honesty, it's a commentary, because this is our job, right? And I want to be straight with one more thing. I was given open hands to do this. Like I said, they were good with the P&L sheet, and one of the leaders understood that I know more about solving problems than some of the other people. So he let me do all of these things and put my nose in a lot of places. Close one. Put my nose in a lot of places, put my finger in a lot of pies. And I was not being brave. I was just speaking the only language that they speak, and it's the money. Decision makers speak in money. So now I want to talk about the price. I am not a cynic. I don't like cynics. I have never once walked in a room with a problem and not have a solution ready. So when I tell you that for this particular story, and this particular CEO that I work with, I brought him a lot of solutions a lot of times, and they were all flat out rejected. It was literally his way or the highway, because that was just his reflex. And one day over lunch, very politely, I asked him, because I know the answer, like, this is your first time doing this, like being a CEO of a tech company, and because it shows. And I was fired. I was fired. And would I say it again? Yes, probably. I would. Would I choose my words better? Probably not, because the firing showed me something that no workshop did, and also gave me a lot of my time back. So people sometimes don't want solutions. Even when they ask for a solution, even when they pay for a solution, a lot of people want validation. And the moment you work out which one your leadership actually wants, you know exactly what kind of company you're working with or for. So for a minute, I just want to be honest and recognize that 99.99% of people working in any type of job, we are all in a money-making business, right? That's fine. Rent is real. But there are two ways to earn the same salary or same contract or whatever. Either being agreeable, which is being a commodity, or being useful, which is very scarce. And the person who can say the true thing and turn it into a decision is the last person a serious company lets go, right? And if you get fired for it anyway, you just bought the cheapest possible information about where you worked. So, cool. And now, I've saved this for the end. I want to sprinkle a little bit of AI bullshit into all of this. So one last story, and it's a bit of AI. And recently, my company was approached to run an AI workshop, train the team to use ChatGPT properly and all the chat tools, and build their own agents, and And what I do is I always do discovery first, because I love processes. So I asked the CEO, one of the questions was, what is the core problem we are solving by training your staff into implementing all of these tools into your daily work and whatever. And he said, well, this person doesn't send me reports and they don't do this. And that person doesn't do that. And I have to ask this person 11 times to do this. So basically, I was very honest with him. I told him, like, we cannot fix people doing their job. They will just not do it powered by AI, right? So I was very honest with him and ended up us not even doing the workshop because the problem that he was solving was not solvable with the AI workshop. It had nothing to do with AI. Could we do it? Yes. But this is why I try to avoid talking about AI in terms of design in general. AI changes how fast we build stuff, and I love it. We build stuff very quickly, but it changes nothing about what we choose to build, right? And every story, everything I told you today is a choosing problem. I've wrote about this on LinkedIn recently. Like, AI is just moving the bottleneck, but and people are speed running Dunning-Kruger effect, right? The truth is, every room, every time, wherever I was, the most cheap, most best thing to do is to be honest. And then companies sometimes paid for silence instead of honesty. And silence used to take 6 months to turn into an invoice. Now with AI, you can have it in a week. Wrong, and at scale with a beautiful AI shipped quickly. And it doesn't work because users don't give a shit. Like, your users will say what your team was too polite to say later with less patience. The market will say too, with less empathy, they will just leave. And the only decision you get to make is whether you hear from someone on payroll or pay retail from the market later. The invoice always arrives. That's me. Thank you. I think we are done. Q&A. Any questions? Any questions? Anything else? Thank you for sticking with me, speed running this talk.
Thank you, Tomislav.
My pleasure. I'm just going to pull this back for a second. Maybe people want to screenshot or write it down, whatever. You can find me on my website, on LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out, especially if you disagreed. If you want to call me an asshole, please do. I'll wear that badge happily.
You know what I love about you? What I always enjoy? Okay, wait.
What did you enjoy? Tell me.
No. Just reach out iman's comment there.
Tell us a joke. Oh. My jokes are risky ones. This is the problem, right? My jokes are, and this is being recorded. So maybe, how about I take a rain check and I tell you a couple of jokes in person when the cameras are not rolling.
Fair point. We've got a few questions here. So the first one is, I'll copy and paste it. And as I'm doing that, it reads, how do you propose balancing being respectful with being direct without being too polite? I'm neurodivergent and struggle with communicating.
Okay, cool. This is a great question. So, and I'm happy that a neurodivergent person asked it, because I don't know if it shows neurodivergent and ADHD raging here 100%. So how do you balance it out? For me, it kind of goes either 1 or 0. There's no balancing it. What I try to do beforehand, before I kind of take this license to be an asshole, is when I interview either for a job or when I'm talking to a client, I make sure that they get to know me and that they know that I'm not being disrespectful. Everything that I'm saying comes from a place of, let's build a better product, let's make more money, let's not fuck up our users. It's never against a person. And once people understand that, they will understand that, oh, this guy is doing this for me, I'm paying it, right? To be honest. This is how I do it.
Thank you. We've got another question. Oh, here's another one from Vota as well. When
Okay.
designers are assertive, they are labeled difficult. So, how do we maintain our standards by standing up for what we believe without making enemies?
Whew. Okay. So this is. I love this question. So here's the thing. I believe that if you have something worth saying, whatever it is, topic, design or otherwise, you will make enemies, right? So I don't live a life where I will avoid making any enemies. If I make enemies, I make enemies. The idea is that there are 8 billion people on this planet, and a quick no for anybody, for anything, is saving me time. So again, I'm coming back to my point that I try to communicate first that I always come from a place of honesty and place of making this better. And if my honesty and everything that I have to say is turning people into enemies, then we are not a good match. They need to find someone who's going to be very conforming with them, but it's not me. Uh, this is how I work. I'm not saying you be asshole like me. This is how I work, right?
Yeah. Um, Thank you, Tom. We've got two more questions there.
Oh yeah, I will read them. I see the chat. So if you
Sure.
could remove one behavior from modern product teams tomorrow, what would it be? Uh, from modern teams, okay, this might be unpopular. A lot of product teams wanna, and I'm not saying validation is not important, but they are trying to validate every minute little thing before they actually build. And I think it's holding them back. I think product teams in the last 5 years or so have so slowed down because everything's being meticulously looked at and planned, and nobody wants to say the wrong thing, and nobody wants to make a mistake. So what I would remove, especially now with AI, anything that is blocking them to make a decision. So if they say, "Oh, we need another meetings," no, cap the meetings, cap the conversations. At some point, make a decision, move, do, and then fix later. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I like that answer. I like that
Uh,
answer.
okay, I'm
We've got
reading
my-
the job. Okay, so I have to take into account power structures. Just because you want to tell someone truth, jobs are hard to find, especially in South African economies. Reputations are precious. Pissing off the wrong, more powerful person might have very real consequences. How do you manage delivery in the power structures we work in? Okay. For majority of my career, I worked remotely, and always tried to choose the type of people I work with. With everything that I said before, being who I am, explaining who I am and how I operate, and trying to find people. I understand that when you are in a job market and you are reliant on that job, you are not allowed certain leeways and flexibilities to be who you are. And this is completely fine. Like I said during my talk, the rent is very real, the bills are very real, the food on the table is very real. So I'm not walking around the world being an asshole and say like, oh, money will show up in my account. But I've built to a place where I can be honest. And whenever I'm being truthful with anybody, being fully aware that if my truth causes me to lose a job, lose a contract, lose a client, I need to be ready to walk away and lose out and then find somebody else. If you're not in a position to do that, you need to build that security first. You need to build the moat around yourself, around your castle, around whoever you are and what you are, and then get to a point where now that I am an established professional, I'm going to be truthful and honest because this is how I operate. But also on the flip side, it's completely okay to play the game, be the agreeable person, come home, rant to your partner, spouse, friends about them being an asshole, them being stupid, them not understanding, blah, 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 and collecting paycheck. This is also a valid thing to do, especially in today's economy. I know too many people who are willing to take the hits, bend over, do nothing, and just do the job, whatever requires them, and then actually their life is happening outside of 9 to 5. This is also a correct thing to do. Okay, so Mike says, honestly, has always got me in trouble. I just can't help asking a couple of questions. Mike, I appreciate you. This is how we should operate. I strongly believe that asking uncomfortable questions and making sure that we are all operating from the same base reality is going to solve more problems and put everybody in a better position. Oh, I'm sorry,
Just
Leo.
checking the
I'm
sheet.
reading your.
No, go for it, Tom. Go for it. You're saying you, yeah. I was reading Leo's comment as well.
Yeah, I know the pain.
Um, I'm just checking on our spreadsheet. We don't have any more questions. But connect with Tom. I've shared his LinkedIn link in the chat. He dropped his email now. I mean, as you can see, there's uh, there's lots of honesty coming from the stalk, and that's what I love about him. That's what I really appreciate about him.
Thank you, Iggy. I just want to say thank you for everybody for sticking with my talk. I appreciate your comments. Thank you for inviting me again. This is my third time speaking for UX South Africa. I really enjoy it. I told this to Iggy a couple days ago. I have some South African friends here, and we hang out regularly. We are very similar minded, and I really look forward to come back to South Africa again. It's been 10 years already now, and I can't wait to do it again. Can't wait to see all of you in person, and hopefully we make it a reality soon. And thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you. Have a lovely rest of the conference, lovely rest of the week. And if you need any help or somebody just being an asshole on your behalf, let me know.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you,
Tom.
Iggy. Thank you.
I
Bye,
love that.
everybody.
I love that
Thank you.
closing. Thank you so much.
Bye.
We're going to pull up our next and last speaker for the day. Um, and as I do a quick introduction, um, our next and our last speaker being Jackie Zhang. If Jackie can see me, Jackie's camera. Just checking. Yeah, okay, cool. So
Hey,
Jackie, how's it, Jackie?
there you
Um,
go.
so Jackie is the senior uh, PD at Bash. And I know e-commerce is a hot topic. It's a hot potato in South Africa. Um, and Jackie's offering some interesting insights in his talk, but just some light info. Because I'm gonna keep it very light because I already chewed some time from his talk and we're running a bit late. I would definitely ask you to have a look at his site because I love Jackie's site. Um, I've mentioned this theme to you before. Um, it's just, I mean, I love animation and I love little trickery, and his site does that. Everything, this little messaging throughout his site, and it highlights pieces of work he's done because I know people will be interested in that. But just engage with the little click throughs and little things that pop out at you, um, and yeah, that's what I. So I'll stop there, and ask Jackie to stop my rambling, and over to you.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, Iggy. Let me share my screen quickly. Oh, Windows 1, 2, 4. Okay, cool. So I'm going to be talking about this invisible layer of design. And it's kind of why some product feels alive while other kind of just work. Right. So people are generally terrible at explaining this, but extremely good at feeling it, right? You could have two products that can do exactly the same job and work equally well, yet one kind of feels cold and templatey, while the other one could feel calm, thoughtful, even memorable, right? So why is that? Before I dive into that, just a little bit of context. Like Iggy mentioned, I'm Jackie, a senior product designer at Bash, and I've spent a slightly unreasonable amount of time thinking about that question. I think that there is a layer of design that we don't talk about enough. It's not the UI components, the typeface, or the animation. It is kind of the feeling that you get when all of these design decisions create together, right? So for the purpose of this talk, I'm just going to call this the invisible layer of design. So think about the moment after booking an Uber, right? You press the button while standing on the side of the street, but your brain isn't, you're not done with the task at hand yet. You start thinking, did that work, right? Where is the driver that's coming to get me? Is that my car that I'm going to get into? And will we ever find each other? So Uber kind of answers these with very visible design decisions. They had the confirmation for when you booked. There's the moving car on the map. There's an arrival time photo of the driver, as well as like the registration number. And none of these detailed by itself is particularly magical, but each one kind of answers this moment of uncertainty and anxiety. And we can point at a map and we can point at the registration number on the UI, but what we actually experience would be reassurance. So this visible layer that I'm talking about, it's basically the layouts, the typography, the copy, etc. The invisible layer, it's kind of the decisions that all of these visible things makes us feel. It could make us feel confident, reassured, or even understood. And these two layers are not like separate things. You can't open up Figma and sprinkle a little bit of trust components in it, right? These feelings are all carried by these tangible design decisions. And care is choosing to notice that response and then work on it deliberately. So before we can design for this invisible layer, we first need to learn how to notice it. Okay, so I want to chat about my portfolio. This sounds like a hard pivot on the talk, but bear with me. It'll make sense, I hope. So somewhere around the 245th attempt at redesigning my portfolio, I made that number up, by the way. I kind of lost count long ago. I know I wanted it to stand out. I found this super cool vintage Japanese book cover on Pinterest, and somehow I decided, I want my website to look like this. I tried to translate this design that you're seeing now into a website. I copied the colors, the composition, the typography, and the visual language. But every version just felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on why. The problem wasn't tangible yet. Some of the screen looked kind of cool on its own, but the whole thing felt like a costume. It didn't say anything meaningful about me as a designer. So I realized I was looking a little bit too close at the reference and was only seeing its surface. So I scrapped the direction and changed the question completely. Instead of asking, what should this look like? I asked, what should this feel like? And that also meant accepting that several days of moving the rectangles around and pushing pixels was a complete waste of time. But that's the price we pay. So I went back to the drawing board. I collected more references, but this time I labeled the qualities that held my attention. So you could see there by my little sticky notes, like the things that I found interesting to me. So I wanted to be personal, tactile, playful, and lastly, even fleeting, kind of like scribbling some ideas on a scrap piece of paper because you don't have anything else around you, right? And then I asked what I wanted somebody visiting my portfolio to feel, right? I wanted to I wanted to invite that curiosity. So I wanted them to feel curiosity. I wanted to invite exploration. I wanted to reward people for looking closer and creating the sense of whimsy that just felt like me. So just a quick video recording. This is what my portfolio looks like currently after 245th attempt that I said. So yeah, so I have like these little cards that kind of go through of my design philosophy and principles and some work I've done, and then just like these little micro interactions I had there, all done, in Framer or using out of the box Framer stuff, but with this lens of this is the North Star that I'm trying to head to, and this is the feeling I'm trying to invoke, right? So wait, let me pause that. So now I had a filter. The curiosity became these interactions you could drag, reveal, flip. The whimsy with these hand-drawn doodles I did in Procreate, along with these expressive type and small unexpected behavior. And no one detail creates this feeling. It comes from all of these decisions working together to create this. And then later, people describe the portfolio as like playful, personal, kind of like an interactive scrapbook. But they couldn't see the process behind this, right? But they could feel the results. And that kind of taught me something valuable, which is to translate the feeling of your reference rather than just tracing the form and copying the designs directly. So how do we practice this without spending 6 months staring at a Japanese book cover, right? When something feels good or wrong, stay with that initial reaction. First, notice it, right? Where did you hesitate? Where did your emotion change? Then name that feeling, right? Was it confusion, reassurance, curiosity, confidence? Then finally, trace it back to that to a decision, right? Instead of asking, oh, that animation is nice, ask instead, did that animation just flip to the back so it didn't feel like something got permanently deleted? Did a confirmation make an action feel more certain, right? Part of taste is simply attention, right? Noticing your reaction and then learning to explain it. Then comes the next question. Where should we spend our effort? Where should we spend our effort? So caring about everything is great advice for burning out very quickly. So what I do is at each step in a flow, I kind of ask myself 2 questions, right? What might somebody be feeling here? And what would happen if this moment fails? Does the person using your platform, do they lose confidence? Does the actual task fail? Does the business lose a payment or trust? So paying, publishing, and deleting, they all have these obvious stakes. But waiting or recovering from a mistake is easier to overlook, but can still determine whether a product feels trustworthy. So these questions kind of show me where familiar design is enough and where I need to give more attention to. And mapping all of these out kind of tells me where I should focus my effort. It doesn't necessarily tell me, what the answer is. So think about Apple Pay, right? So this is a high commitment moment. Money is about to move. So the experience needs to be fast and it needs to give you confidence and not feel accidental. So what Apple did, the sequence is very deliberate. First, it shows you the payment sheet. So it asks you, which card are you paying with? It then has this physical double click on your device to confirm your intentions that you do intend to pay. Then there's this Face ID that authorizes that you're the one paying, so people not authorized on your phone can't just pay with your money. And then it has this on a success screen, there's a done confirmation along with haptic and sound from your device, which physically and audibly show you that this was successful, right? So each of these steps answers a question that's in your mind. is this the card I meant to use? Did I choose to do this? Has my identity been confirmed, right? And did the payment actually work? The interface doesn't actually celebrate with confetti at the end, right? Like what a lot of people do when you just add the light. It kind of creates this confidence through clear stages and with physical intent. The visible decisions here are the payment sheet, double clicking on the phone, face ID and a check mark. The invisible result here would be the confidence that you feel, right? That you have made the payments and through all those steps. Gmail has another example. So Gmail designs for another important moment, regret. So some of the most stressful part of an email is often just after you sent it. Did you send it to the wrong person? Is there a missing attachment after you wrote, please find attached? Or did you realize too late that you have been angry typing the whole time? Right. So the flow here from Gmail could have just ended at message sent. But Gmail kind of leaves an undo right besides where this regret could happen. Nobody like kind of clicks on this undo and think, oh, what a whimsical email experience. They think, oh my gosh, thank goodness I could undo this, right? So the visible decision is this tiny escape hatch in the form of a toast, but this invisible result is relief. And sometimes care is just simply acknowledging that people can make mistakes. So iteration is how I show I cared. So mapping the important moments tell us where to work, right? And it doesn't produce the answers, it tells us where to look at. And to find the answers, this is where iteration comes in. So firstly, I keep familiar things familiar. Nobody needs to relearn how a button works because I felt creative that afternoon. I focus all my effort on the moments that the UI carries, right? Carrying that feeling. Then I go for quantity. Under each attempt, so I do a lot of these little iterations on my work, and under each attempt, I will leave a little sticky notes, just to write down what I like about this, what I dislike about it. Writing what I dislike about it gives me permission to make bad work. It's me acknowledging, okay, I know this bad, but I need to move on. I'll just write it down. This is not great, but it gives me a useful direction of what to do next, right? And the reason why I go quantity is because the early ideas of your iteration are usually these low-hanging fruits. They're usually the obvious ones. The interesting ones usually appear later when you're forced to look at it from different angles because you exhausted all the easy ideas, right? Then I compare them against the feeling I want to create. Do I want to create confidence, reassurance, or do I want to, confident reassurance, right? The iteration is not polishing one single idea until I become emotion dependent on it. It kind of makes enough possibility to discover an answer that I couldn't see from the start. So this invisible layer is not delightful details added at the end. It's the response created by all these visible design decisions, like reassurance while you wait, curiosity while exploring, or relief after making a mistake. The visible changes from product to product, but the job is still to understand the response that you want to create. People may never notice each decisions or see all the different versions you have discarded, but they will feel the result and all that effort that you've put in. So care is not this invisible layer itself. Care is what you do once you've noticed it. So my advice would be to notice what people feel, choose where it matters, where you want to focus your attention, and then iterate until the interface supports them. And that's the end of my talk. Thanks.
Jackie, thank you so much for that talk. You know what I like about that talk? It brings me back to something that was one of the first things that I had to, I guess, understand about UX is how does it make me feel? Um, before that, before that, I never thought of the idea of how does something that I'm interacting with or engaging with digitally, how does it make me feel? It's just what do I have to do? Um, and I like that this talk brought me back to that. Um, so thank you for that. Thank you for that reminder. Um, and I think there's some really great feedback in the comments. I'm just checking the questions in our document. Okay, we've got a question here. Um, if usability gets people through the door, what makes them want to come back?
That's a good question. So, if usability gets people through the door, what makes them come back? Well, usability is one thing in the sense that they're able to use it, right? What makes them come back is, well, first of all, did it create an emotion in them, right? Where they did it did they feel confident while using your product? And also, was it if there is multiple products that's all the same, does your one stand out and is in the front of their mind? And it's something that they think about when they think about, whatever product that you're trying to that your product is solving. Hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think that does. And then we've got another one here. Uh, what's the fastest way for a product to lose a user's trust? What's the hardest part about earning it back?
Oh, that's a good one. So the fastest way about losing your users' trust would be if you just satisfy in a plain way, satisfy all the business goals and ignore all the user goals, right? So if you manipulate users, if you are doing all these quick growth hack tactics that's in it for the short term, you're kind of showing your users that you don't really care about them. You just care about what you can extract from them, right? And that I feel is something that you could very quickly, lose your users' trust. Gaining it back would be something extremely difficult to get, because once it's lost, they might have moved on to a different product, or they might have still had that old perception of what you've done before, even though you have repented, you have changed and everything. But once that has happened, it's extremely difficult to get back. And I think getting back would be the slow process of trying to prove, look, we have changed. These are all the things that we're doing differently, but still, that's something that's you don't really want to do.
Thank you, Jackie. I think we've got another one or two questions here. Um, this question says, what's one invisible design decision that most users consciously that they don't notice, but would immediately miss if it disappeared?
Yeah, I think one thing that we take for granted now, I don't know how many people in the audience are from design back in the year 2000, and this would be autosave. One of the things that we used to do, back in Photoshop or even in Sketch would be you would be spamming that Command S because you're so worried that either the file gets corrupted or it gets crashed before you could save, right? So one invisible detail would just be to autosave. Like on Figma now, you don't even think about Command S. In fact, Command S brings up, I think, the slice tool.
that took me down memory lane now. We've got one last one. As AI products become easier to build, do you think personality will become the biggest differentiator between great products and average ones?
Yeah, I definitely think so. So AI has lowered or opened up the gates and lowered the technical ceiling or barrier of entry for anyone to kind of create things, right? And when everyone's creating things, there's a lot more products out there. Everything is the average of average because that's just inherently what AI is. It's everything is trained on everything, so it's all average. So for you to actually stand out, I wouldn't say having to be um, having the personality. I would say making sure that what you design and put out there is memorable, right? You don't need to have a clippy. You don't have to have your app talk extremely casually or have a quote unquote personality, but just as long as you're doing something memorable, as long as you're showing that you care about the user, you are thinking deep in terms of, what are some of the problems that you could solve. A big part or big area that you could usually see is if the user problem is high, but the business goal for it is low, right? Like it doesn't gain anything as a business, then that area is usually something you could work in, such as the autosave that I mentioned, or yeah, keeping everything in the cloud, that sort of thing. See, there's another question on. Well, are you
I see
reading a
the,
question?
no, there is one more that just came through now. Love the portfolio. How did you develop your site? Did you use an external developer or build it yourself, and with which tools? Told you.
Yeah, so this is all me. I've used Framer. Everything is basic Framer. There's no code overrides or anything like that. It was just pure Framer. Yeah, it was. I think because I get asked this question a lot. It's less about the tool and more about the actual design work. So a lot of the designs I've done it in Figma, but I could do anything else. Figma was just something I'm used to. Um, a big part of it was just creating this mood board or gathering all my references and kind of distilling the qualities of the different reference rather than just being overloaded by a bunch of different reference and now you are looking everywhere and you just putting stuff on there because you think it's cool, right? We need to ensure that everything that you put on needs to make sense as a whole, and I think that was one of my biggest learning to designing something like this.
Yeah, I appreciate that site, and finding out about your passion for Fynbos. Um, Jackie, um, thank you so much for a great talk. I'm going to drop Jackie's LinkedIn um, in the chat. Like I mentioned with all the speakers, uh, reach out, connect with him. Um, yeah, I really appreciate this talk. Um, thank you so much, Jackie. I'm just gonna move Jackie into here. I'm just gonna pull this guy up. Um, so um, this guy looking all comfortable. So firstly, thank you to everyone that's joined for the day. That's still here because I know the commitment between work life, personal life. You know, thank you for taking the time. Thank you to our speakers, to Jason, to Lizette, to Ignatius, to Joe, to Shaima, to Supreet, to Jackie, to Tomislav, for availing themselves, and for sharing the knowledge, sharing the insights, and just also being available. Um, there was so much shared, and we are going to post the videos in the coming days. So keep an eye on the socials. Um, Thank you to this guy over here, Alfie, for making this day become a reality, for keeping me on my toes, but for having such a huge passion to make something like this become a reality for the community. Um, yeah, like we mentioned earlier, November's coming up. Uh, we wanna bring you something awesome, something amazing. The CFPs are open for November, so the call for papers is still open on the site. We are still accepting talk proposals, and presentations and workshop proposals. Um, and that will probably close also around August, end of August, um, so that we can finalize the list and start getting that out to everyone. It may close a little sooner depending on um, how soon we finalize that list and as more people apply. Um, yeah, I mean, Alfie, anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, maybe just one point of clarification on the CFP. I think on the Google form, it might have said that the date for proposals is already passed, but you can ignore that. Just submit your proposal until that Google form is closed. We'll be considering proposals. And then lastly, Iggy, also thank you. I know very often all the thank yous go by and no one is there to voice it. But thank you for constantly showing up for the design community. We appreciate your efforts. I know a lot of your efforts don't actually get seen by everybody else. But and now that I've had a peek behind the curtain, I see how much, paddling is happening underwater, and everyone just sees this graceful swan on top of the lake. So we really appreciate your effort and your time.
Yeah, I mean, it's all for the passion. People often ask me, people who know I do this, they always ask me, like, why do you do it? And I always say it's a passion. And the passion is not doing the event. The passion is trying to connect people, trying to get people to share, trying to remove the segregation in the community. Um, I remember years ago, this one speaker, his machine bombed out as he was about to do a talk. Um, and then because what happened, I was in Josie, and then the power went out. Power went out. It was out for a few minutes, not long, but it actually blew his machine. And then he couldn't present, so he freestyled it. He did it. He did a freestyle talk, but he never did the slides. He did something else. He spoke about the design, the design influence that Africa has on the world, and I'll say why I'm mentioning this now. And he said that so Africa and more so South Africa has been looking at the rest of the world for design inspiration, but we have so much color, so much texture, so much culture, and the other one was so much depth in our designs, in what we can represent as designs, and we need to get closer to each other. And that, when he said that, it kind of was a full circle moment for me. It was pre-COVID, and it just made this passion stronger to try and get people to speak in South Africa. And now we're at a time, I think post-COVID, talks, like people speaking and connecting, has actually reduced. Like there was a golden period between 2015 and 2019 where there were so many events, there were so many people speaking, so many people connecting, and then post that, even meetups. I mean, you were spoiled for choice in meetups, and now it's like people are busy. It's not that they don't want to do it; people are just busy. So for me, it's not that I'm not busy. I mean, I have a 2.5-year-old daughter and a 7-month-old daughter, and they keep me on my toes, especially that 2.5 little dictator. but but I mean, I love the community. You know, the passion is
Yeah.
always keep connecting.
Hmm.
So thank you. Now, thank you for the shout out. Thank you to everybody being here. Reach out to us, give us a shout, drop us a message, um, and keep an eye on socials, and the newsletter that we'll be sending, for developments over the year, and just updates and progress. Yeah. So I think we'll be closing. Thank you so much, everyone. Uh, yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for being a part of this. Yay! I get a clap. You get a clap. Everyone gets a clap. Thank you, everyone.
All right then.
Bye.